Hello. Hello, sir. Good morning, sir. Shall we start the session, sir?
Good morning, ma'am. I'm not
Good morning,
sure.
sir. Shall we start our session, sir?
Yes, ma'am. I'm ready.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you. A very pleasant morning to all the dignitaries, chief guests, participants. Welcome you, all of you, to the second day of national webinar organized by IQAC, Sri Vidya Mandir Arts and Science College, Autonomous, Putangarai, on role of NAAC in enhancing quality in higher educational institution. Let's all begin the session of the day with the blessings of Almighty and introducing the chief guest of the day. For this, I call upon Dr. R. Satyakala, IKC member, Head Department of Management Studies, Sri Vidya Mandir Arts and Science College, Autonomous. Over to you, ma'am.
Happy morning, all the participants of this event. I am very happy to introduce our resource person, Dr. Syed Wajid, Associate Professor and former Head, Department of Microbiology and Director, Internal Quality Assurance Cell at St. Joseph College, Autonomous, Bangalore, Karnataka, India. Our resource person held so many covetable positions at St. Joseph College: Professor, Center for Social Concern, Vice President, President, Class Mentor, Academic Coordinator, Certificate Course Coordinator, Welfare Officer, Head of the Department, Member College of Excellence, TST FIST, IQAC, College Research Committee and Admission Committee, and Coordinator of IQAC, CBSE, and Admission Committee, and others, Nodal Officer and HRD Facilitator, and other posting held at St. Joseph College. And out of the St. Joseph College, he rendered his service as member, Board of Studies, and Board of Advisor, Nilagiri College of Arts and Science, affiliated to Bardiyar University, Nilagiri, member, Curriculum Development Cell, Sri Ramakrishna College of Arts and Science College, Autonomous, Coimbatore, and external academic expert in St. Joseph College, Bangalore, and member of Board of Examinations, various colleges and universities. And to his credit, He had cracked his JRF net in the year 2001 and completed his PhD from Manipal University in 2014. As a huge achievement, he stood as a rank holder in PG and a class topper in UG, and also published a lot of journals in national and international level, and presented, participated, organized more than 200 seminars and conferences in national and international level, and received a lot of funded projects, more than 30 crores from UGC and Indian Immunology Society to the welfare of the country. And also he has a rich teaching experience. Above all, he is a very simple and down to earth person. With due respect, I welcome him for his special address. Welcome you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your nice introduction. And with this wonderful introduction, let's begin to take the pleasure of handing over the session to Dr. Syed Wajid, Associate Professor and IQAC Coordinator, St. Joseph's College, Autonomous, Bangalore, on curricular aspects and outcome-based education. Over to you, sir.
Let me know in case you're able to see the screen. I'll be sharing it shortly.
Okay, okay, sir.
Can you all see the slides?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay, once again, welcome you all for this second day talk. And today I'll be talking to you all about curricular aspects and outcome-based education. So yesterday, a lot of experts were there and you have earned a lot of knowledge through them. That is knowledge, something which has been shared to all of you. So today, whatever best that I can, help me out from my side to understand, to make you a little, or give clarity rather, on curricular aspects and outcome-based education is what I'll be moving ahead further. Okay, so I just want to start with this quote. With a new day comes new strength and new thoughts. Okay, so every day we wake up, we have something new that we discover, and we need to make it stronger, and then we keep moving. Okay, so we can't just say that we have been doing well. If we say that we are going to be redundant and we're going to be obsolete, we need to always think what can we do for today and for tomorrow. So that's something that we need to have in mind. And as all of us are academicians, we need to always keep looking at what can we offer to the students under the umbrella of higher education institutions. So this is something that I just wanted to delve into. Now, all of us know that future education development agenda in India is fostering quality higher education. That is, any higher education that we are talking about, we emphasize on quality. Quality should become the defining element, is what we say, and in all that we do, the quality should be reflecting. So obviously in higher education, so there has to be quality in whatever we do it. Okay, now you might bring in a lot of initiatives, but what is very important is sustaining those initiatives. So you need to sustain them and try to make all of these part and parcel of your institution. So you are going to make these sort of initiatives or institutionalize these initiatives, and so that they are all guided towards outcome oriented higher education. What's also very important is like, we get students on campuses. We mainly we should be looking at, making them employable. We need to give them the required knowledge. We need to train them for the required skills. So once they have acquired this knowledge and the skills, they are going to become employable. Otherwise, most of the times, the employers, the industries, they say that your students are not employable. So when they say that they're not employable, that means they lack certain skills, they lack certain required knowledge. So hence, higher educational institution should gear up to give them the required knowledge, required skills, so that they become employable for various employers. Okay, so hence we need to work on our curriculum, which is more outcome based. There is something that meaningfully students are going to be acquiring. And as we go along, as I said sometime back, that you should not become complacent telling that we are the best, we are doing well. No, we need to always keep looking what are the challenges and the competition around us, and accordingly we need to also keep improving ourselves or upgrading ourselves, improve our academic resources, improve our learning environment, because any program that we offer, it requires a particular environment, be it kind of a normal classroom to smart classrooms to the library, the infrastructure, the ambience, and all of that. You need to look at what is at the moment and what more can you augment, so that the imparting of the education becomes much more better. Also, we need to raise the quality of our teaching and research. Okay, so again, as I said sometime back, let's not become complacent. Let's become more and more innovative. Today I'm doing something might fetch me some good results. Can I make it best and outstanding? So always we need to be keep looking at how can we raise the quality of our teaching, our research, so that society at large also benefit from the same. And at the same time, we need to embrace technology. Without technology, you really can't do anything. All of us for the last 1.5 years, almost becoming 2 years, we all learned how to embrace technology. It was there, okay, but usage of technology was very minimal. But now, we are making use of technology, but there are a lot of ICT enabled technology that's coming up, be it for as ERPs for your learning management system, library management system, managing all the admission related issues for teaching and all of that. So try to know more and more about it, and whichever are more economical, which are user friendly, you can adopt and then keep moving along. Okay. You also might be aware that UGC always keep looking at how can they improve the quality in their higher education. So they take a lot of initiatives, and one such initiative is that they wanted to look at the curriculum, and then they want to upgrade that, bringing in this concept of what is called as learning outcome based curriculum framework. We also call this as LOCF, learning outcome based curriculum framework. Okay, so this is something that most of us have been delving on, but simple, if you just need to say that what exactly is learning outcome, it is starting with a clear picture as what is that I'm offering to the students, what is that students should come, and how much of involvement should be from the students. A clarity should be there, and then as they go along, you are also checking if they are achieving what they are supposed to be, so that there are certain outcomes as they graduate out of the campus, they should be having in them. So that is to just put it in simple sense. So we'll try to deal it a little more in detail. So what I also wanted to give you all a little sort of an information, certain terms that I'll be using. So we talk about program. All of us, we say that we offer programs in BA, BCom, MSc, MA, all of that. So program, what exactly is a program? It's a collection of courses in which a student enrolls and which contributes to meeting the requirements for the awarding of one or more certificates, diplomas, and degrees. Okay. Now, all of us are also gearing up towards the new education policy. Okay, certain courses they do it with certain credits they get. We can say that 1 year of a certificate course. A little more intense, more courses that are being done for 2 years roughly. We can give them sort of diplomas. Okay, and again, as it becomes more intense, more number of courses, more credits, then it can be degree, and furthermore, it can be honors program or then sort of PG program. So Program is basically a sort of a collection where different courses are being taught. Okay, it can be any courses, core courses. It could be, add-on, certificate. Any of those can be there. Okay. Now, when we talk about what exactly is a course, it's a basic unit of education or training, or rather, we could just say a course of collection of courses from a program. Okay, so a 3-year program will have, say, around 15 to 20 courses. Example I'm just giving. Okay, now one such program is a paper that I'm offering on a particular subject, so that becomes a sort of a course. Okay, so a few lessons that I'm going to be teaching them collectively in a particular paper is what we call it as a course. Okay. Now, next, syllabus. Now, we say that designer syllabus. Now, what is the syllabus? It's just an outline of the topics covered in an academic course. Okay. So for every course, there is a syllabus that you'd have designed, and collectively all the courses, you say syllabus for the program. So you could say syllabus for the course, syllabus for a program. Outcomes. What are these outcomes? Intended results of education in higher education institutions. What is that you are expecting from the students to be able to know and able to do? They should know this, and when I give them a task, they should be in a position to perform that. Then I would say the outcomes have been achieved. Otherwise, there's no point. I would have taught, they would have heard me, they would have just closed the chapter there. Now, how would you ensure that what you have taught them, have they learned it or not? In case you want to know that, what has to be done is give them something performable. So let them perform. So when they perform the best, then you would say that, yes, what I have imparted has been well retained, and then they can also execute the same. So that is the outcome. Program educational objectives, PEOs. These are broad statements that describes what graduates are expected to attain within few years of a graduation. A student taking a program, BA program, BSc program, after graduating from a higher education institution, what is he or she can do it subsequently in the coming years. Okay, so those are going to be program educational objectives. There are program learning outcomes. So these are the ones that represents knowledge, skills, and attitudes in a student. Okay, we only talk about knowledge, we only talk about skills, but also what matters is the attitude. A student should have a right attitude. They should be simplistic in approach, and pay attention or give ears to what's happening in and around, and be sensitive towards the changes that's happening, and then accordingly make use of the knowledge and the skills and apply, so that if there are any sort of problems, they are problem solvers. That is something that we would want the students to be prepared for. Okay, and then we talk about the course learning outcomes. Now, what are these course learning outcomes? So these are the outcomes, so the knowledge whichever student is expected to gain at the end of the completion of each course. Every course that I'm teaching, at the end. So today I'm talking to you all about curricular aspects and outcome-based education. So if I say this is a small sort of course that I'm offering you online, what is the outcome? So by the end, if I just ask you all, like, what exactly is outcome-based education? So if you have clarity about what is this outcome-based education, and then go back to your respective colleges, and there you can look at your syllabus and you can refine your syllabus and all of that. That means my objective of this session is done. Okay, so for anything that we teach, it could be 1 hour class that I have taught, there can be an outcome for that. It can be collectively a few hours of a particular chapter, so there is an outcome for that. So outcome is something which is sort of an accessible, measurable after you complete a particular session. Okay, so that is something which I just wanted to deliberate on. And then we also talk about the graduation attributes. Okay, now these are a set of individual accessible outcomes that are indicative of graduates' potential to acquire competencies in the program. Okay, so this can be for any student who comes on the campus of a higher education institution. So you are looking at certain accessible outcomes. Okay, a graduate being sensitive, Okay, being proactive, competitive nature, confidence, a lot of things, I would be talking about. You are looking those graduation attributes. Okay, assessment. What are we doing? After they do, we assess them, evaluate them, and all. What is assessment? Is a process of collecting, recording, scoring, describing, and interpreting information about learning. So you collect it, you pile up, record it, score it, go through and then, and describe it. This is how you all have done it, interpret it. Okay. And that is what you're going to do it in an assessment. Evaluation, it's a process of making judgments. You'd have assessed and then you are giving sort of evaluation, making judgments or based on whatever assessment evidences you have, you interpret, and then finally you are announcing based on certain criteria. Okay, rubrics, these are sort of a scoring guide which you can use it for assessment. It's a tool basically, so that based on how they perform, you can interpret and grade students upon based on criteria. Okay, examination, it is a quantitative measure of learners performance and is usually held at the end of the academic session or a semester. Okay, just to measure how much have they learned, so that if they perform well, that means they have learned well. If not, you need to work on them again. Okay, so these are certain terminologies that I thought I would want each one of us to be familiar with, because certain times we have some confusion over the same. Okay, so all of us know what curriculum now. It is the lessons and the academic content that we teach in a specific course and collective courses, which becomes a sort of a program. Okay, so in curriculum, we try to impart knowledge, skills, which students are expected to learn. Now, this can include, and we start saying that learning standards or learning objectives. Okay, some outcome based. We try to write down, this is what students should be able to achieve it by the end of this particular program. We try to teach them smaller units and the lessons. And what is very important in this now, the newer lookout in the curricular dimension, it is the teacher, from the teacher centric to student centric pedagogies. Okay, now if you want someone to listen to you and for them to learn, you need to first know what are their expectations, how are they going to relate to what you're going to talk about. So unless and until you don't first try to make your pedagogies, whatever you're teaching and all, are student friendly, there is not much of take home that would happen. So what is important that we need to move from this teacher centric to student centric pedagogies. Okay, and then also try to look at your assignments and projects. They should be very challenging, they should be very rigorous, it should be problem based, not just like write an assignment on this particular topic. They might not be very enthused to do that. Give them something very challenging, very creative and all of that, so which they would want to motivate them, inspire them, so that they can do it. Okay, and what as teachers can we do is we can become facilitators, give them the reference materials required, some videos that you have come across for them to go through, learn from that, some presentations you can ask them after all of this is done, give them some material to read it. Clear? So all this will help them to learn. You can't just have one way of teaching them, just go to the classroom, teach, and then give them the notes. Okay, that's all becoming redundant. So you need to engage them in more and more diverse activities, so that they contribute a lot in terms of knowledge creation, rather than just be there as knowledge assimilation. Okay, and also try to have assessments which are more towards like really checking their abilities, rather than just making them memorize and write it on the piece of paper. Okay, what is very important again is we need to have curriculum that promote excellence. It should be sort of a rigorous curriculum, very important. Okay, so when I say rigorous curriculum, it's not going to be like keep very sort of hi-fi stuff where students are not able to learn. Your curriculum should go in a sort of a sequence from the basic conceptual to that of the advanced and the applications and all of that. Okay, and this curriculum should have put little demand on the students, so that it's worth, they say, yes, I do something, there is something good that I learn and something better I can apply, so that I become more employable and all that. So the curriculum should be that sort of rigorous. Okay. Now it should include multidisciplinary, comprehensive abilities, okay, and well-defined curriculum. So new education policy is also trying to, bring in a lot of these aspects in the curriculum: multidisciplinary, comprehensive, well-defined curriculum, which we need to be periodically updating as we get, newer students with the different sort of mindsets and all of that. Okay, keep taking the feedback from the faculty and also the other stakeholders. Very important. Yeah. At the same time, you need to always, sometimes, as we say, we are pawns in the well. So don't stay confined to your own institutions. Try to collaborate with institution of eminence. You might come across a lot of institutions who are performing really well in terms of academics. Their student approved intake might be, say, 100, but the number of applications that they receive is closer to 1,000 and above. Now, why is that such a demand for those programs in certain colleges? Might be because the curriculum is pretty good. They have done a good job. Not only that, the curriculum is good. Also, what matters is how you put across that curriculum, the pedagogy that you use, the sort of freedom and flexibility that you're going to be offering. Because we talk about academic flexibility, so there should be good amount of flexibility in a curriculum when you design it. There should be good amount of enrichment, curriculum enrichment. We talk about various pedagogies to enhance your curriculum. So you can collaborate with institutions of eminence, so that you can also learn as to how are they able to achieve it. Okay, so that's sort of very, very important. So in consultation with them or with support with them, you can also try to augment your academic curriculum. That's something very important again. Yeah. Okay. And then your curriculum also should be competence enhancing. So it should build a lot of competence in the students, like competitive ability. Your curriculum should be more not only relevant to the local and the national, also sort of global, international. So even when students move out from a small little region to other states, and then subsequently to the outside the country, they should feel that they have really learned something and they're aware of what's happening in the entire world. Okay, so that is something. And also look at curriculum that promotes value education. Okay, value added and value addition, two different things. Value, basic values, ethically sounding, and then they need to know what is right, what is wrong, being sensitive and all. So more of values. Okay, and value added is something which in addition to their core curriculum, which is not there, something advancement has happened that you are offering to add the value to whatever they're sort of learning. Okay, so that you can also do it. It's a lot of different types of courses are there, technical or skill based, modulars. Okay, small modules, small units of 10 hours, 20 hours, 30 hours. 30 hours is normally given so that like they get sort of 2 credits for the same. You can design them. There can be diversification of the course, multidisciplinary. So a student of physics, some exposure to other fields also, so that in future they can look at multidisciplinary projects and all of that. Okay, double to triple major professional courses, and also try to bring in a little interdisciplinary and multidisciplinarity. Okay, so all that goes here is like your curriculum design. How do you design it? How do you develop it? And then the next thing is how do you deliver it? And then how do you assess it? That is something is what you see in outcome-based education. So let me just give you a little rough idea about the curriculum design and development. Okay. So what is important is you design your curriculum. So I know I'm preparing this curriculum for BA program for a particular subject, BA in economics, BA in sociology, political science, or physics, mathematics, or commerce, or BCom, or BBA, any of those. Okay, so you need to know for what you're doing. You look at the curriculum, you design it. Okay, keeping in a lot of that academic flexibility in mind, keeping the enhancement in the curriculum in mind. Okay, and then you keep working on develop it as you go along. As you keep teaching them, you might have to also be refining them. Okay, you first design it, you try to bring in a lot of people to get the curriculum vetted. You can bring academicians, researchers, you can bring people from the industry, get the alumni who have passed out, who have studied that, a lot of stakeholders you can bring in, and then try to look at, how good is the curriculum? Is this going to be good for the students to take it up, and also will this, make them more employable? Then you implement that particular curriculum, okay, and you monitor closely as to how well the curriculum been assimilated by the students, and how are they getting shaped up. Take feedbacks from them, and based on the feedback you rework on your curriculum, you design. So you just be in this continuous in a curricular design mode. The things, the curriculum is going to get better and the best. In the NAAC also, they ask like a revision of the curriculum, annually or whatever. Now it is not just to say that you revise your syllabus. You revise your syllabus keeping in mind what's happening in and around, okay, and what are the newer advancements, the developments, and all of that. So accordingly, you're going to also be designing your curriculum. Okay, so now let me I give you a little idea about what is curriculum and all of that. So let's move on to what is outcome-based education. So I'm going to talk to you all about the principles and the process that is involved in outcome-based education. So sometime back, I was telling you what is outcome-based education. It is to start with a clear picture. Okay, I'm very clear. I'm offering this program for the students. I know this is very important for the students, for them to learn. And once they learn this, they can apply this in this particular, and they become sort of employable. So that clarity should be there. So you start with the clear picture of what is important for students to be able to do, organize that curriculum, and then you instruct that, you are going to deliver that curriculum, and then you assess. Okay, so organize the curriculum, instruct it, and then you assess it and ensure that finally the learning is happening. Okay, so, and we talk about outcomes. I already have defined it some time back, so let me talk about it again once, so that the more revisions better sometimes for us. So they are clear learning results that we want students to demonstrate at the end of significant learning experiences. Okay, I've taught you certain things. Let me give you certain questions. Let me see if they are able to demonstrate it or not. If they demonstrate it, my outcome is achieved. This is what I wanted. I want to impart this, and students should demonstrate their abilities. Okay. Now, it should be student centric. Student should become a part and parcel of your engagements. Okay. So curriculum, you design it, you deliver it, assessment, all of these, so that the learning is happening. Clear? So if you, I have to put it in a sort of a pictorial representation, you design your curriculum. Once you have designed the curriculum, you have to deliver it. You can't simply just go and be monotonous. Anything and everything cannot be taught in the same way. Same pedagogy cannot be used. You need to always look at planning of your curriculum delivery. Okay, so how are you going to, I have this content, how will I pass on this content to the student so that meaningfully students would learn the same? Clear? So different content to be taught in a different way, different pedagogies have to be used. So you try to plan your mode of delivery. How are you going to deliver the information? Once you have delivered it, you also need to check, I've delivered it. Let's try to assess them and check if they have learned. So you then start planning how to assess them. Clear? Once you have got some assessment, you need to get that assessment and check, look back if your objectives that you had written, have they attained or not by the assessment. Okay, if they were not achievable and all of that, then you can relook back again, design it once again, rewrite them again, and then you keep going once again. Clear? So the entire we say the main protagonist of a movie or a sort of a higher educational system are the students. Okay, so now what your students learn depends on how we teach. Okay, so if you think that students are performing well, it's all might be the credit should be given to the teachers, because how well have they put across the curriculum to them is because of which they are doing it better. Because you become redundant, that means they are not going to learn anything. So we need to be a little tactful as teachers and then learn about how things have to be given to the student. So you teach them based on what they are looking at. What your students learn is how we teach them. Clear? Okay. There are four basic principles which Spady academician in the year 1994 was given, where this entire outcome-based education is the foundation lies on these four basic principles. One is clarity of focus. Okay, I'll be talking to you all a little in detail. What is clarity of focus? The second is like, you need to designing down finally, like the content whatever that you have taught, and then you have the next one here is high expectations, and the fourth one is expanded opportunities. So let me throw some light on what do you mean by clarity of focus. Now when you say clarity of focus, that is, as I told you some time back, we need to be very clear as to what is that we need to offer to the students, what would students do with what we offer, and what are the outcomes. Okay, so we should be facilitators. We should help students to develop that knowledge, the skills, and make them personalities. And this is all that we have done in our designing the curriculum and delivery of the curriculum, and also the assessment. So clarity of focus, we need to be very clear as to what should we offer in the curriculum, how do we instruct it, and how do we assess it. Okay, and then designing down. So this designing down would also mean like, designing your curriculum. So it means the curriculum design. So as I said, start with a clear picture. Okay, and write down the intended outcomes. I've done designed this course. What are the outcomes of this course? Collectively, I have got this program. What are the outcomes of the program? Clear? So, and then what is the outcome of a program education objective? So that is something that you need to be designing. Okay. Once this has all been done, once you have designed it, you also need to design how are you going to instruct each of the unit of a lesson or a course. That's very important, so that you can achieve whatever the outcomes that you have written here. Okay, so that's the second thing. The third one here is having high expectations from the students. That means you need to raise your bars. You keep your benchmarking pretty high. Okay, try to have high challenging standards of performance. You perform well first as a teacher, engage the students in more and more deeper interactions so that there is learning happening. Clear? So that means successful learning promotes successful problem solving. So try to make them more of knowledge creators and problem solvers. That should be our outcome of any sort of a higher educational setup. Okay, and expanded opportunities. Try to make it more and more flexible. Give them a variety of opportunities for them to score, because we might have 100 students. Not all 100 students mindset are the same. Some are slow learners, some are mediocre, some are fast learners. Okay, have a mix up of activities which you're conducting for slow learners, mediocre and all, or have a mixture of those, so that all of them, we talk about equity, so bring in that sort of equity here, so that you can give them the right platform to each one of them, so that all of them want to excel. We want all of the students to become employable. We are not choosy about like 100 comes only that good for fast learners and all should keep. Slow learners might take a lot of time, but they're not dull or dumb, because they might take time to learn things. So give them the sort of a platform to them, so that they also can slowly and steadily join the other group and all. So try to expand opportunities, try to provide all that possible things from your side so that they could learn. Okay, now why is this outcome based education that we talk about? Because what happens is most of the times our activities are mediated towards passive teaching methods, or where the retention is very, very less, but we need to scale it up. Okay, so I'm talking to all of you, you're listening like a lecture, so retention is going to be 5%. as you're reading the slides, as I'm also sharing, so as you're reading, as you're listening, might be it's a little better, your retention 10%. Now I'm also giving some pictures and all of that, audio visual, so might be your retention is little better, 20%. Okay. Now, with this lecture, might be the retention is 20%. If it were to be live, where I'm before you, and I would have made you all into groups and ask you all, start designing the curriculum, giving certain components and all of that, where you get into sort of groups, you design it there, and then you present. What happens is you really get involved in that particular activity. So our students involvement also, you should try to improve more and more, give them something to demonstrate, means like you teach them first and then later expect, get them into discussion groups, let them whatever they discuss start practicing by doing it, and let them also start teaching others, okay, or apply the same thing. So as you go higher and higher in this sort of pyramid, you're moving from the passive teaching methods to that of the cooperative teaching methods. Okay, so from the low level teaching, we need to move on towards the high level teaching. So hence, outcome based education, you need to incorporate all of these, where you're not only asking the students just like they listen to a lecture, they memorize it and they try to reproduce. It's only remembering and understanding. Take them to a higher level of critical thinking, evaluation, and all of that. Okay, so hence it is required that you need to look at what is this outcome based education. Okay, what is the strategy that we all need to do it? All of us are happy with whatever the curriculum that we're doing. We're teaching the same thing again and again for years together, so some refinement has to happen. People do a lot of revision, okay, but also there are certain people who might just stay on to whatever they are, just because going a little step might cause a lot of disturbance. But if you want students to do well, we might have to walk a little higher. Okay, means take a longer step. First thing is append existing frameworks. Look at your curriculum, redesign the curriculum based on to what is required there. Try to create a lot of space for innovation in teaching and learning. Okay, keep your curriculum delivery and all a little more flexible so that you can adopt more than one pedagogy, so that there is scope for some sort of freedom there. Okay, and then the pedagogy that you're using should be interactive, so that you interact with the student. It's not only talk that you're going to do it. It should be supportive, okay, challenging, and at the same time, it should be rewarding. Once they complete the task, they should feel that it is worth it. Okay, strengthen the resources. Okay, as faculty, I need to upgrade myself. You need a lot of resources which may not be available if you're using the different change in the pedagogy. Clear, and try to learn from others who already know those skills. Share, and what you know, you pass it on. So get into the mode of knowledge sharing. Clear, and try to enhance all of your work by digital usage, ICT enabled facility, digital enhancement of the curriculum. Okay, so all of us have learned now flipped classrooms. Then you have blended learning, on and off classrooms. As things are getting better, we're getting the students on campus, but again, they can't be on the campus all through because there are so many students. We need to maintain the social distancing and all, get into smaller groups, social distancing, and what best you can do it on campus, do it, and also have online, but you need to blend it in a way that, what we call it as the blended learning, on and off strategies also could be used. Make use of the digital enhancement. Okay, what we have learned, let's try to embrace that and then do it much better. Okay, at the same time, when we are teaching, what we need to be aware of is awareness about the learner. Okay, so as I said sometime back, not all students are going to be of the same mentality. Some might learn faster, some might take some time. It also depends on the concepts that they might be having in them. Okay, so be very careful about, be aware of the learner, okay, whoever are there with you. So be relevant, you need to check for the relevance of how you are dealing with them, what content you're delivering it, resource availability. Now, I might be a little sort of advanced teacher. I would say that you do this, go to the internet and all of that stuff. But also we need to check if the other side, the students, do they have these facilities with them and all. or not. Okay, so learn the resource availability at the other end also. When we look at this, all this blended learning and all of that learning style, I might be using a lot of software and all of that. If the student is not able to use the same, that means again there's going to be a problem. First teach them and allow them to learn. So know the learner well before you teach. Okay, now we should become facilitators. We are just going to be helping them, hand hold them, and then pass on the information to them. Then collaborations, as a teacher, I need to collaborate with the student in terms of knowledge sharing. Then the student would collaborate with the content. I also give him or her a lot of material, research material, reading material, videos, and all of that. So they should collaborate with it. Okay, you just give the material and ask the student to read it. They might not read it. You should give it and make a sort of a thing like, go through this material. I'm going to give you sort of a quiz, or give you some sort of you need to present it. So you need to make them collaborate with the content. Don't just give the content and stay with it. Okay, then the student should collaborate with the content, and then also get the students into group work, group presentation. So students should collaborate with the other students. So this is very important. A lot of professional learning communities are available these days. Make use of them. There are through mails we send the information. There are discussion boards, Google Forms, audio, videos, postcasts. All of you are now familiar with a lot of stuff. Try to make use of all of these. Okay, they're very important. Okay, then feedback and be a reflective practitioner. You teach them a couple of sessions, take the feedback. Are you following what I'm teaching? Are you enjoying what I'm teaching? Are you able to put it across back whatever you have learned? If I give you problems, whatever, can you, are you in a position to solve them? You learn and know, and then try to do it. There's no point in you taking a feedback towards the end of the semester where you already have taught them. You are not improvising. Might be the other students might get benefited by the end thing, but you also keep taking feedback in between to know if you're on the track. Very important. Clear? Now, outcome-based education process, as teachers, we need to be aware of this concept, what is called as constructive alignment. Okay, this was given in 99 by Professor John Wicks. Now, that is, we have to give or create a learning environment and try to promote certain learning activities so that, the learning happens there. Okay, I create an environment, allow the learning activities to take place so that the learning is happening. As a teacher, I would try to carry out a lot of activities. Students should construct meaning out of it. So a curriculum is there, deliver that curriculum, I'm conducting activities. Students should construct meaning out of it. So that's why we call this as constructive alignment. So there is a strong collaboration between a teacher and a student in this constructive alignment. Okay, I'm aligning the curriculum. Okay, and students are constructing the meaning out of it. So that is what we call it as constructive alignment. So here, the importance of student teacher interaction. So the alignment aspect refers to what teachers do, and construction is what students should do. Clear? So now finally what I'm trying to say here is your teaching methods, your assessment, all should be aligned towards learning activities so that you achieve the intended outcomes. Okay. Now, there are different types of learning outcomes that you are going to be writing. For disciplinary knowledge and skills, there are a lot of skills students should acquire. There are outcomes for the same. Generic skills like your communicative English, languages, or any language for that matter. So those basic foundation skills and all. Then attitudes and values. Okay, so disciplinary knowledge and skill, core what is required. If you do a BA in physics, that means what is the knowledge required in physics and the skills required in physics. Generic, communication. So I have learned the concepts of physics, but I need to communicate with people, pass it on to them, deliver with them. All of that, I need certain other skills, generic skills. Attitude, the right to know, to decide, a good decision maker, to judge between what is right, what is wrong, being sensitive to the environment, being a good citizen to the country, all of that, attitudes and values matters. Clear? And we need to be very careful when we start writing these statements, the intended learning outcomes. We need to keep in mind that there is a performer. And who's a performer? The student is a performer. So there should be more to be performed from the students. And we should just be, as teacher, be a facilitator. Give them something to perform. Unless and until you don't give them something to perform, you teach them and give them something to perform. So you assess what they have performed. Clear? So very clearly, we need to be knowing that as a teacher, what we should be doing as a student, what are we expecting from the student, so that the learning outcomes happen. So I was talking to you about the graduation attributes, a few general graduation attributes. We want to see in a student academic excellence. We want to see in a student broad-based education, give them holistic, multidisciplinary dimension of education. Clear? Try to build a lot of competencies and capacities in them. Very important. Leadership and teamwork. They need to work in as individual, also in the team. They should be in a position to take initiatives. Okay. International outlook. They should also have that global, concepts in them, like, to go and work there. Know who's around you in the states, in the country, and also the world. Okay, and be relevant to the same. You need to have vision and orientation towards the future, so they can't be complacent. Okay, and then very important is ethical standards and compassion. So you need to be ethically sounding and also be compassionate about the people around you, the society around you, the country, and also the globe. Okay, so let's now talk about, we start defining what are these POs, COs, all of that. Okay, program educational outcomes are the statements that describes institution mission alignment program. I'm offering BA program. The higher education institution has its own vision and mission statements. So the mission statements to be aligned with the program. Okay, and this is what you're going to be achieving after a few years of the students graduating. So these are called as program educational outcomes or objectives, also we call it as program outcomes. These are statements that describe what students graduating from any educational program should be able to do. Okay, so you're just writing that a student of this BA program or BSc program specific are able to be performing this or doing this. So you're writing those statements. Okay, that is after end of 3 years in graduation, 2 years after post-graduation. Program specific outcomes. So these are again the statements for specific educational program, what they are able to do it. Course outcomes are statements that describe what students are able to do at the end of the course. Okay, so program educational objectives are normally the broad statements. So as I said, they need to be inconsistent with the mission of the institution. The number of POs should be manageable. Don't write too much just because you can write it. If you're not able to achieve it, then there is no point in you writing it. Okay, so write the number of POs which can be manageable. POs should be achievable, as I said, and they should be specific to the program and they should not be too broad. Okay, so program education or objectives are those which you are writing, which are consistent with the mission of the institution and what students are able to do after a few years after completion of their program. So program outcomes, these are narrower compared to that of the PEOs. They describe what students are expected to know or able to do at the time of graduation. Okay, so what are we looking at here? Basically, the knowledge, skills, and the behavior of the students as they progress through the program. The PO should not be too broad. Okay, and as you have also written the graduation attribute, all of these graduation attributes to be aligned and they should be reflecting in the POs that you are writing. Okay, now POs and POs, these are the major outcomes. Okay, now you have also what are called as the course outcomes. So these are the micro level. A course has been taught. What is the outcome of that particular course? So every course of study over a semester has 4 to 6 outcomes called course outcomes. One course I'm offering, you can write around 4 to 6 outcomes for the same. Okay, now each CO refer to specific attainable and measurable capability, what you can attain and what can be measured. Now, if you have to attain POs, it can be attained by attaining set of COs. If I have attained a few COs, that means one of the PO might have been attained. You might have written 5 to 6 PO for a program. Okay. Every program outcome would be attained after achieving several course outcomes. These course outcomes could have been spread across in all the semesters. Clear? So if in all the semesters, if these COs have been attained, that means that program outcome has been attained. Okay, that's how you start mapping it. Okay, to assure the attainment of POs, COs should be carefully written, delivered, assessed, and evaluated. Okay, so if you evaluate the COs, that's what we normally do the evaluation. If that is done, then you can try to use that data to ensure that the attainment of the POs have been done. How to implement this? So you assess the curriculum, as I told you some time back. Look at the curriculum, try to look at what more you want to bring into the curriculum. Okay, define the outcomes. You start writing down the PEOs, the PSOs, the POs, okay, COs, all that you can write. And then you write down the instructions, the delivery, how are you going to deliver it, how are you going to be assessing it. Once you assess it, whatever you get the CO score and all, you start mapping them to check if that if they are achievable, means that you have achieved. Okay, so now you start defining the assessment and the results for that mapping. Okay, and then based on whatever the result that you have got it, you take the feedback again and you get into the mode of continuous evaluation. Okay, let me give you a few examples about the POs, how to write the POs, the program outcomes. Okay, now for a program like BA English, okay, on successful completion of a program, you can raise a BA English program, graduate will be able to write the action verb and the activity there. For example, a graduate of BA English program will be able to effectively evaluate research designs, methods, and conclusion. Graduates of this program will be able to assess their own strengths, weaknesses, and omissions, and be able to adjust future performance in light of their self-assessment. Graduates of this program will be able to effectively communicate both formally and informally through speaking, writing, and listening. Clear? These are certain POs. Example could be relevant to English program like BA English. Okay, so you write these POs. Now you have to write COs. How are you going to write? For technical English, comprehend the technical jargon and define technical applications. You have designed your course, and to that course you're writing this course outcomes. So after completion of this course, students are able to comprehend the technical jargon and define technical application. Students are able to exhibit practical proficiency in reading and writing skill. Students can apply and analyze the technical and journal communication. So these are something achievable. All this can be done, can be assessed, can be evaluated, and then you can map it with the POs. Okay, so you have written POs there. So one of the PO might be you might be able to achieve it. For example, third, graduation of this program will be able to effectively communicate both formally and informally. Okay, so here you have apply, analyze technical and journal communication. So this CO might be matching with that of the PO1. Okay, again, this also would be matching with that. So attaining certain COs, you can attain one PO, what you have written. So you need to map it properly, tabulate it. I would just show you shortly. Very important. Okay, so you need to write all of these. So in the process of writing learning outcomes, the curriculum team would use action verbs at different levels. So these action verbs, we are going to use it with by Bloom's taxonomy. All of you might have learned about Bloom's taxonomy. With the pyramid that I showed you, that most of the students are engaged in low order thinking. Now we need to make them move from low order thinking to higher order thinking. So move down the pyramid. Okay, so that is Bloom's taxonomy. The person, academician again by name Benjamin Bloom, who gave this sort of concept of this three level domains of learning: cognitive, affective, and psychomotor. Here there are six different terms that we want to implement in our outcome-based education, where you don't we are at this level at the moment, most of us. Okay, so we teach them, we ask them, they try to remember what we teach, they would have understood what would have explained to you. At that level only they try to remain. Most of our question papers and all is just remembering and understanding. Now what we should be moving is, let them start applying. Okay, let them start analyzing it. What I have taught, let them apply. Once they apply, they get some results, let them analyze the results. Once they have analyzed the results, they can evaluate the entire process and re-look at what is bad, what is positive, what is negative, some limitations are there, work on those limitations, try to create more and more. So we want students to become more creators, creation of knowledge creators. Okay, otherwise they're only assimilating the knowledge, they're not applying and analyzing or evaluating, creating. So let's move them upper. Okay, so hence try to make use of these 6 levels, include it in your assessment, all of that, so that students can move from remembering, understanding, to that of also creating. And there is different terms that could be used, or different adjectives that could be used in order to describe what you would want. For remembering, you could use certain terms. Understanding, certain terms could be used. Applying, you could use it. So while writing these COs, POs, and all of that, you could do it. You can write COs for a course which can go up till the creating level. Clear? So you could do that. Okay, so there's a huge dictionary available for you to make use of these words, to use for writing those outcomes, POs or COs. For remembering, you have these many: understanding, applying, analyzing, evaluating, and creating. So again, as I said, it's not simply writing, they should also be achievable, very important. So you need to write it, which can be achieved by your students. So we'll move on to the assessment. So we have designed it, we have to assess them. So term assessment refers to a wide variety of methods or tools that educators use to evaluate, measure, and document the academic readiness. Okay, so there are different types of assessment: diagnostic, formative, summative, norm reference, criterion reference, interim. Okay, diagnostic is something which, when students come the day one of a program, you assess them. How are they slow learners or the weak learners? What concepts they are already coming with, and how can you take them along? So the first assessment that you on the first class of the interaction with the students is what is called as the diagnostic assessment. Okay, you can assess student strengths, weaknesses, knowledge, and skills prior to the instruction. Okay, formative is something you're doing this assessment as you go on. As I'm delivering the lecture, in between I had interrupted and asked you certain questions to just know if you're following what I'm talking to you all about. Then it becomes formative. Okay, so assess students' performance during instructions and usually occurs regularly throughout the instruction. Summative, towards the end of a particular instruction or by a course, it can be that is summative. Okay, norm reference compares one student's performance against the another. So you are trying to compare performances of the students. Criterion reference, you're measuring students' performance against one specific goal or objective or a standard you had kept. Based on that, you're doing. And then you have interim benched assessment. So you're evaluating students at periodic intervals. Okay, might be say at the end of a semester. Okay, and then finally you are going to sum up all of that, and then you're going to give them whatever a sort of a score. And you could also see gradually semester 1, how were they, 2, how were they. You can plot a bar graph also to say that how the students have progressively improved. Okay, so that is something that can be done. Okay, now how to design these sort of assessments. So design assessments methods that are aligned with the overall aim of the program. Ensure that the designing accounts for any requirements set by professional. Try to bring in a lot of people when you design this. Your BOS, if you are an autonomous institution, clear. So, or university, so you need to have people across the board, academicians, researchers, alumni, as I told you some time back, and try to get it vetted from them. See that your assessment tasks are aligned with stated learning outcomes. Use assessment methods that best measure achievement. Okay, you need to be very careful about it. Be fair in how much you ask for students. I can't teach them very simple and expect them to be creative. No, I'm teaching them at a low level, but asking questions of a creative and evaluation. You can't do that. Teach them fair enough and ask them also good amount of the questions. Okay, a variety of assessment you should use it so that if one assessment having certain flaws, the other can make up to that. Okay? So try to have different types of ways to evaluate students. Okay, there should be a provision for students' choice in assessment. So if you have three types of assessment, student can say, I want to take one, two, not three. Other student can take two and three, not one. So there can also be multiple ways of giving them sort of equity in terms of the assessment. That also can be done. So different questions that you can ask for checking different levels of understanding. Quiz, if you conduct, you can analyze them, their remembering skills. If you ask them to present a seminar or on a topic, they would have understood well, and only then they can present it. Demonstration, whatever they have learned, they are going to apply it. Okay, when they are using that concepts to apply. Then group assignments, you can give it where they can learn how to evaluate after discussions and all of that. Mini project, which they can come with a proposal, execute it so that they are creating it. Okay. So what are the focus and benefits of outcome-based education? It addresses the following questions. What are those questions? Students, like, there's a lot of clarity, as I said. What do we want students to have or able to do it? So we are very clear what is the students wants to do it. Okay, and what should we do from our side to them? How can we help students best to achieve whatever they would want? So we know our roles really well. Okay, how will we know whether students have achieved it or not? When we assess them, we know if they have achieved it or not. Okay, how do we close the loop for further improvement? Okay, so if there's something lacking there, so we can try to get into this continuous quality improvement mode and rework on it and try to make things better. Clear? So what are the benefits of outcome-based education? So there is more directed and coherent curriculum. It's very sort of concrete, so there are no flaws in it. Graduates become more relevant to industry and other stakeholders because they're more well-rounded. Okay. And there is also continuous quality improvement. So every now and then you're looking at the curriculum, you are redesigning the curriculum. Okay. So in this continuous quality improvement, we are seeing what we want, and you have to do what you say, and you will have to prove it and improve it. Okay, things goes bad, no good feedback, improve on the same and get into the cycle. So you say what you want, you do what you say, you prove it, and you improve it. Clear? So when do we assess these outcomes, program educational outcomes? Few years after graduation, because these are the mission statement aligned with the statements. Okay. Program outcomes, you assess them as soon as they graduate, upon graduation. Course outcome, after every completion of the course, you are assessing them. Clear? So why are we talking so much about all of these curricular aspects, and then we're talking about design and development? It's because there are certain questions even when you take part in the NAAC process. It says curricula developed or adopted have relevance to the local, national, regional, global developmental needs with learning objectives including program outcomes, program specific outcomes, and course outcomes. Clear? So we need to have designed a curriculum, and we also would have clearly written our objectives, learning objectives, program specific outcomes, course outcomes, all of that. Clear? And then again in criteria 2, teaching, learning, evaluation, they also ask about program outcomes, specific outcomes, and course outcomes. So for all programs offered by the institution are stated and displayed on website and communicated to the teachers. So all of us should have completed this exercise also when we take part in the assessment. And at the same time, also if you have attained, if you have assessed, attainment of program outcomes, program specific and course outcomes have been evaluated by the institution. So hence it's required that you look at your curriculum, you design based on the outcome based education principle, and so that students would benefit large. Okay, so this is something how you can also map it. Okay, so for BSc Statistics, these are discipline specific core courses, um, program outcomes, and these are the course outcomes. So different courses, course outcomes. If you achieve it, might be one program outcome can be achieved. Okay, so like that you can write down these tables. So there are different tables for different types of courses. This is for discipline specific elective courses. This is skill enhancement courses. Okay, so this is all that I had to offer to all of you. So in conclusion, what I would say is, like, curricular aspect, it takes the center stage in any educational institution. Clear? And all the other criterias, they revolve around it. So when you say that, we are offering a program, the first thing the student would do is they would look at what is the curriculum, what is the syllabus there, what are the skills, the knowledge I would acquire, what are the job opportunities there. Okay, so hence this forms a very, very integral part of any program that we offer. So hence what I would say is it is required that you design and develop your curricula so that uh, it engages students with the society in a proactive manner. They also learn how to address the local and the global problem. Okay, make the students more skilled problem solvers, critical and creative thinkers, and innovators. Overall, make them socially responsible citizens. Okay, so with this, I would end my presentation. So if you have any sort of questions, please feel free to ask. Okay, over to the organizers. Hope I'm not taken more time.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your valuable session on aspects of curricular and outcome-based education that would have been very benefit to the participants and we people too also. Particularly your content regarding future education development, curriculum design, development on principles and process of OBE that are highly informative to us, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Welcome, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, sir. It's a time for questions by participants. Participants, you may ask questions to our resource person. Over to you, the participants.
Good morning, sir. This is Dr. Carolyn from Loyola College of Education, Chennai.
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to ask you a question. Since
Yes.
I'm working in a college of education which is affiliated to Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, here we are adopting the syllabus which is given by prescribed by Tamil Nadu Teacher Education University. So
Yes,
in
ma'am.
that case, the program outcome and the course outcome could be designed by the university, which we have to follow, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Or can we write our own program or our own course outcome? Is it possible?
As you're already affiliated, they already would have designed to you. So colleges which are affiliated to any of the parent university, you will have to totally abide by whatever are already been written. But what can be done from your side, instead of writing, you see how efficiently can you achieve them, because there all it depends. A lot of work would be on you, the delivery of the curriculum. We have designed it, but how well are you delivering it? How well are you assessing and attaining those is all in your hand. So if you can strengthen those, obviously the better and the best would come to you and your students.
Thank you so much for your great input. Such a valuable session. Thank
Thank
you,
you,
sir.
ma'am. Thank you. Thank you.
Participants, you may ask the questions to sir.
They're allowed to unmute themselves, right, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Or if they want, they can also write it in the chat box. If they don't want to ask, they can type out their questions on the chat box. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. I'm not sure if the session was too boring that there are no questions, or it's the other way around that it was clear that there are no questions.
Excuse me, sir. I
Yes,
have
ma'am.
one query myself, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
We have several criteria under NAAC, sir. Which criterion we want to focus more, sir?
There's nothing of that sort because all 7 criteria are equally important. Okay. Now, what matters is what is something that you at the college level can do more. Uh, you can be performing better in that way. And what is not what is that can be done is you can do a sort of a SWOT analysis. You can do some sort of an auditing of your own college. Criteria 1, what is required, which have been listed there, and what is that you are able to do it, and what is that you are unable to do, and why is it you are unable to do it? Is it possible for you to do it, or it's very tough? So if it is very tough, might be you can try to gradually work on it. But if something achievable and you have not been doing it, okay. Now, see, criteria 1, curricular aspects. If you're an affiliated college, there's not much that you can do in the design, but the delivery and the other part, like whatever the continuous assessment, that can be made more stronger. Okay, so that can be done. Teaching, learning, again, there's a lot of pedagogics that you can achieve, which is all in your hands. Any college can do well in criteria 1, criteria 2. Criteria 3, research. Most of the colleges find difficulty in research and publication, but there are a lot of ways you can improvise on that as well. You can slowly start bringing in students, research in collaboration with the teachers, and slowly you can start publishing in the UGC listed journals. It's not impossible, it is possible. And a lot of extension activities, which colleges might be doing it. So, but try to analyze what you are doing. If it's not fetching you good results, try to explore a little more. Then you can start earning more and more money. For infrastructure, because you need to provide good infrastructure for better results. So ensure infrastructure, student support system. So it's very difficult to say that which of the criteria is very important. All 7 criteria, NAAC has prepared such a way that if you really follow all the 7 criteria and slowly start ensuring that everything is in place, you're going to be one of the best colleges in the country. So very difficult to say, but what can be done is what is achievable at the near future. You can just work on this thing.
Okay, thank you very much for your clarification, sir.
There are a few questions that are coming in the chat box. So,
sir, good morning, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
This is Sridevi from Vidyamandir Arts and Science College, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
And how should the research contribution be in the current scenario, sir? Okay,
see, even at the current times, might be if it's difficult to do practical oriented work. There's a lot of work that you could do more on a sort of a review based, where already research has been done, where you can do a sort of a literature survey and review on a particular topic, and those reviews can also be published. That is one way research can still be contributed during these pandemic times. One way to do it. Okay. And in a small, now things are also opening up, and slowly, if you can see, if you can move out of it, you can also get back to the normal way of how research was happening.
Okay, sir.
Okay. During pandemic, there are a lot of things that are that might have created opportunities for us, in restrictions, how things are working. That itself, as in a survey, as in statistical analysis, can be done, and that also can be presented as research papers.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Welcome. Dr. Satyakala Senthil is asking question, if you don't mind, because I think this is out of my title. I have a clarification. Any best certificate course in BTech IT? I'm not. I'm not sure if you have looked into Coursera. Uh, there are a lot of courses that are being offered through Coursera. So you can look at it. There is Udemy, there is Coursera, edX. There are places where you can look at different courses. Even our NPTEL MOOCs, those also are offering certain courses. Might be once you go to that and you can look at courses that are being offered, depending on the curriculum and all of that, you can decide on the same, and you could also look at it. So this Coursera and all, they also do a lot of a subsidized price for the colleges if they go for it. So you can also think of if the college is also going to tie up, but there are already a good national level on sources also available. You could also look at the same.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Any other questions from participants? Okay, no more questions, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for your valuable information.
Welcome, ma'am. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Next, I call upon Dr. C. Komadi, IKC member and head Department of Commerce, Sri Vidya Mandir Arts and Science College, Autonomous, to introduce our next resource person, Dr. S. Albert Cecil Ross, Controller of Examination, former Dean IBSC, Associate Professor of Physics, St. Joseph's College, Autonomous, Tiruchirappalli. Over to you, ma'am.
Very pleasant good morning to one and all. On behalf of our college, I am happy to introduce our resource person, Dr. S. Albert Cecil Raj, Controller of Examinations, former Dean and Member Secretary, IQAC, Associate Professor of Physics, St. Joseph College, Autonomous, Tiruchirappalli. He is initiative, innovative, and creative person. He is acting as a chairman of UG and PG board in physics. He did duty as two-time camp officer at Bharathidasan University, Tiruchirappalli. He took part as Assistant Chief Superintendent, Dean and Faculty of Science at St. Joseph College, 2007 to 2010. He acted as a nominee of NAAC in ISST Trivandrum, December 2011, and Velamani College, Volume 2006, KSR College of Arts and Science, Tiruchengodu, 2016, and so many renowned colleges. He acted as an academic audit member in PSC Krishnamal College, Coimbatore, 2013. INR Janagi Amal College, Sivakasi, 2016. He acted as an expert member of Board of Studies in Physics and Electronic in Bharathidasan University and Bharathiar University and so many autonomous colleges. He is a member, the nominee in faculty recruit panel and so many colleges. Our chief guest has a specialized knowledge in crystal growth and nanophysics. He published 48 research articles in referred journals. He produced 5 PhD scholars and 40 MP scholars. He got UGC funded project for 1,40,500 during the year 2007 to 2009 in synthesis, structural and non-linear optical studies. He got GST fund for 3,25,600 for the year 2014 to 15 non-linear optical effect of organic material, the stepping towards of quantum computing. He got one more funded project in DSP, explorations of endowed properties of dust, NLO crystal for THZ generations rupees 17 lakh 3,000 for the year 2016 to 18. He organized so many workshops, seminars, and conference in national and international level. He got Best Research Publications Award during the year 2008 and 9 and also for 2030. He also received award for book writing. He published so many book manuals and materials, and also he is member in Indian Association Crystal Group. He is a very nice person. Welcome, you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your precise introduction. Now let's go into the deep into the area of framework for institutionalizing quality assurance with our renowned professor, Dr. S. Alfred Cecil Raj, Controller of Examination, former Dean, IQAC, Associate Professor of Physics, St. Joseph's College, Autonomous, Tiruchirappalli. With due respect, I hand over the sessions to you, sir. Over to you, sir. Not audible, sir. Sir, your voice is not audible. No, sir. That's it. No, sir, your voice is not audible, sir.
இப்போ கேக்குதுங்களா?
Yes,
Hello.
sir. Yes, sir. Your voice is clear now.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
கொஞ்சம் பாத்து. கிளிப் போட்டாங்க ஆன் பண்ணி. இது கொடுக்க கூடாது. இங்கே இல்லாட்டி இங்கே பண்ணலாமா? எங்க பண்ண இல்லையே, நான் இந்த இது மட்டும் தான் பிரசன்ட் பண்ணேன். இதுக்கு நான் அடுத்த ஸ்லைடு. ஓகே. So all the participants kindly excuse me for the technical issue, the glitches. Shall I proceed, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Indeed, it gives me a great pleasure to be part of this two-day national level NAAC sponsored seminar on the role of NAAC in enhancing the quality in higher educational institutions. Very good morning to the learned teaching community colleagues. This seminar may be an eye-opener for many higher educational institutions for their assessment and accreditation process. I thank profusely the organizing team for their wonderful opportunity given to me. As you know, the term quality is a buzzy word. You can have as many terms as possible related with the term quality. But quality assurance in higher education institutions is mandatory as it ensures accountability and improves quality benchmark goals, ensuring the stakeholders the best of education. Higher educational institutions throughout India are necessitated to ensure quality assurance and the corresponding accreditation process, national accreditation process. Although many institutions place a mechanism ensuring quality assurance, whether or not the set of benchmarks are reached, the quality expected is reached or sustained and improved remains doubtful. This is mainly due to the lack of institutionalizing the quality assurance system in the institution. There is no doubt that the primary function of higher educational institutions is to create educated human resources and getting recognition for their contributions at various levels. However, many lacunae exist which can be addressed in a systematic manner to mitigate the shortfalls. To achieve this, institutionalization of quality assurance system in higher education becomes a paramount. During the last decade, quality of tertiary education or for implementing and sustaining quality activities is very much on higher end, and it received increasingly political and public attention, and it is fueled in part by growing local autonomous and democratization and decentralization of educational institutions. Worldwide, significant efforts are underway to improve the quality of education being offered to people, and quality assurance activities that are critical to these efforts. However, experience has often shown that the key question is not so much technical one, how to do quality assurance activity or activities, but rather how to establish and maintain quality assurance as an integral and sustainable part of an organization. As you know, this is not a pep talk, rather it is a conceptualization of the institutionalizing the quality. So the institutionalization framework is a very important one that may provide practical information to any organization and system in their quest for sustainable quality. As such, it is both a conceptual mode and also operational mode, and also to have a roadmap for the future direction for the organization. So what are those activities? They are called core quality assurance activities. The framework depicts the components which we call them as an essential elements necessary for the institutionalization with an organization, and provide practical information on how to facilitate the process necessary to reach this. So the triangle shown there defines the quality. Defining the quality means developing expectations or standard of quality, as well as designing the system for quality. Standard can be developed for input, process, or outcome, and they may be in different criteria as observed in the reaccreditation framework manual, but these quality and standards are variable from institutions to institutions, but they are measurable. They are all variables for higher educational institutions, but they are all measurable. So measuring quality consists of quantifying the current level of performance or compliance with the expected standards, including the stakeholders' satisfaction. So this defines certain indicators. So this involves the definition of certain indicators as key indicators found in the NAAC manual, and the development or adoption of informations and the system followed and analyze them appropriately. So we found the growth of quality are highly localized, but due to globalization, we wish to have all of them to have a quality which are more generic. But as you know, the different terms such as quality awareness, quality enhancement, quality sustenance, quality attainment, which are all not fixed and standard, but they are local, which are achievable through quality culture, which has been developed in an institution. So NAAC demands on the 4-5 core values: contribution to the development, national development, fostering global competencies among students, inculcating value systems among students, and promoting the use of technology. So as I said, the improving quality is important from cycle to cycle. It refers to the application of quality improvement methods and the tools to close the gap between the current and the expected levels of quality by understanding and addressing the system, which has got its own deficiencies, as well as it has its own advantage of making the system to flourish. So a variety of quality improvement approaches need to be attempted and explored at the institutional level by solving the individual problems and redesign the system which has already been in practice, so that it is something like re-engineering the whole exercise of how the quality assurance can be observed in an institution. how we can promote the quality numbers in terms of matrices. So there must be a quality control which is applicable as it is applicable in the industries. The higher educational institutions are also expected to have quality control systems through the IQAC, internal quality assurance cell. But currently, what we learn from NAAC, it's not as cell is important, a system should be existing in the institution. So the core idea of essential elements are defined by the defining the quality, measuring the quality, and improving the quality. So if all the sides of a triangle are closed, then institutionalization has achieved. But it is very difficult. At the same time, it is a challenging task for any institution to work on this issue. The core quality assurance activities which are represented in the triangle are the heart of an effort to institutionalize the quality care. It is a continuous process. It is not a one-time process. It should be a continuous process, and always we should work for that. It's a continuous process, synergetic application of these activities that will ensure the quality over a time, not in 1 year time or 2 years time. It can be achieved over a time. That's why NAAC has given a period of 5 years to accomplish the target expected in a higher education institution. So the institutionalized models contains the quality assurance triangle, and it's a center and depicts 8 essential elements called building blocks, which are necessary to support and ensure the sustainable implementation of these core quality assurance activities over a time. These essential elements can be grouped within 3 categories. They are referred to be the internal enabling environment, organizing for quality, and support functions. The enabling environment contains the essential elements which requires time requires for facilitating enabling environment within an organization or in a system. Definitely within the internal system, which must be conducive to initiating, expanding, and sustaining the quality. So it is not starting the quality, but it has to be initiated, expanded, and also it must be sustained. So then only across the year, over the year period of 4 or 5 years time, you can achieve the required values. So the 4 essential elements that make up such an environment include policy, leadership, core values, and resources for quality assurance. So sustainable quality assurance requires a policy environment that explicitly recognizes the importance of quality for reaching the organizational or systems goal, that provides support, guidance, and reinforcement of quality assurance implementation. So in addition to leadership, leadership is beyond policy. In addition to policy, leadership is critical to help the organization see where it needs to go based on the vision, to provide strategies for the transition from the way we work now to the way we want to work further for the future. So to promote learning environment and the model desired, the core values and should be characterize the organizational culture. So leadership play a special role in an organizational readiness to sustain quality. Core organizational values emphasize the respect, quality, continued improvement. So as I said earlier, the continual process should take place in a quality assurance system. So the creation and acculturalization, namely assimilating on different items continuously, and it must be typically present in an institutions, so that the core values taught throughout the organization are to be critical and to ensure that the faculty member staff see their contribution to quality as an important part to describe these efforts. So finally, quality assurance cannot be sustained if there are not adequate resources which are to be allocated for quality assurance cell or IQAC system. So particularly staff time to be involved in quality assurance efforts, but also resources for capacity building, communications, and other key support functions, which are going to play a vital role for quality assurance. This is one aspect of enabling environment that requires 4 important areas. It should be addressed by IQAS or IQAC such a way that the entire period, a particular promotional growth can be seen in the institution. The second aspect, essential element, is an organizing for quality, which refers to the delineation of responsibility and accountability for oversight, coordination, and implementation of quality assurance in an organization. Thus, in addition to the essential elements that comprise enabling environment, sustainable quality assurance requires an essential element, some kind of structure. So the order in which it should be formed, hierarchy or something like that, you have to evolve in the system. So structure should not be equated with an organizational chart or the organogram. Rather, it should be something incorporated into the responsibilities of the local. When you say reporting hierarchy or organizational structure, it may not facilitate for quality assurance. Rather, it must be made aware of this faculty members to fulfill their responsibility. Therefore, support system, before support system, support functions, organizing for quality based on certain structure and involving the faculty members in the organization to understand the nuances present for such structures must be known to everybody. Coming to the third part of this essential element is called support functions. 3 essential elements are needed to support, sustain the implementation of quality assurance and improved quality of care, namely the capacity building, communication and information, and rewarding quality. So capacity building refers to the ongoing process of ensuring that the staff have the necessary technical, managerial, and leadership knowledge and skills to carry out their quality assurance responsibilities, and that they know when and how to use these skills best. So when you prepare something for e-content, different types of skills are essential, for which the promotional feature of such skills should be taken care of by the management, and it must be executed in such a way that you get the outcome from the faculty members in order to showcase the capacity building activities given to the faculty members and its outcome. So Capacity building encompasses formal quality assurance training, coaching, mentoring, self and peer appraisals, performance improvement, and supervisory activities. Local quality assurance coaches and trainers to keep up their demand and expansion of quality assurance is important. So that's a major task of IQAC cell and the members involved in that cell to create this capacity building to all other faculty members present in a higher education institution. Second one is communication and information for sharing, learning, advocating. The quality assurance involves, it is a two-way process, two-way interactions between organizational staff, target communities, and also for the stakeholders. So communication and information includes recording improvements and changes and using data to demonstrate results and stories about how these activities are achieved, were achieved. The second point is sharing what has been achieved and how it has been done with an organization's staff and community it serves and others who might learn from it and become motivated to improve their own service to the stakeholders. Thirdly, using the results for advocating policy changes and resource allocations. So communication reinforcement of the notion of quality assurance for everybody's business, and it is not the business of IQAC or principal of the institution, it's everybody's business. The success should be shared and that lesson can be learned and shared even when things do not go as we have planned. So always there is a possibility of failure in your preparation, but every chance for improvement is there. That is the idea of communication and information that must be disseminated to the entire faculty group. The next one is called rewarding quality. And the efforts must be made to improve the quality, foster both commitment to quality and motivation to strive for excellence. Providing individual, group, or even organizational recognitions or rewards reinforcement in the quality assurance endeavors, and that facilitates alignment of staff with an organizational values. This implies examining and removing disinvestments or barriers to quality that currently exist in a system and modify the already existing system based upon the policy provided to them, a new policy provided to them. So the idea of roadmap has got 4 phases. The 4 phases are in reality the institutional quality assurance process in which an organization continuously evolves until quality assurance is formally and philosophically integrated into the structure and functioning of on maturity. So whatever you are planning for should undergo these 4 phases. It should be the static model on its own does not provide guidance to help organization get from their current state of quality assurance to the implementation of a matured state. So it must be a dynamic phase, and the system must evolve dynamically and modify the policy accordingly with the help of 4 important roads, namely, it must pass through awareness phase, experiential phase, expansion phase, and consolidation phase. So interestingly, although the descriptions of these 4 phases based on the mirrors that demonstrated or developed stages at the higher educational institution, but it can be worked out properly to reach the maturity level. So whatever I have mentioned and the 4 phases are shown in this picture, starting from the pre-existing quality assurance system, how you can reach the maturity level by understanding the awareness of certain issues, how it can be experimented and expanded, consolidated to make it matured level, which should lead to a quantifiable and qualifiable statements in the institution. For example, in St. Joseph's College, when I was the former Dean of IQAC for 7 years in Cycle 4 for our college, these are some of the items I have formulated in the cell and then got approval from the committees and management to establish certain things. So it's only few things for your own understanding. Schools of excellence. We have created the interrelated disciplines together to form a schools which are not found in any arts and science college. Later, once the school concept is established in St. Joseph's College, Tiruchirappalli, different institutions have taken up this initiative and they started working on it based on their own understanding and their level of acceptance at their institutions. The advantage of School of Excellence is to promote the choice-based curriculum, choice-based CBSE pattern, such a way that the horizontal mobility can be established. Because of autonomy, we have liberty to frame curricular and also the experience, the sharing of human excellence and infrastructural facilities at the different departmental levels. So that is one, institutionalizing the quality. Similarly, though the websites of all the institutions are face for the stakeholders, St. Joseph's College face is present in the virtual world through the website, where the pictures are not going to speak about the quality of the institution, rather how the contents are placed in the website. How much content is available? Is it reliable? All such things are important in developing a quality called, in the case of a website design, content management was taken up as a new initiative and the quality was posted from 13 onwards to enhance the quality. Later it was modified based on the current structure, including more animated figures and other details. Third, institutional quality is an accountability which we have carried out with the help of a semester planner, daily teaching strategies, and also the various modes of teaching for assignment and teaching learning evaluation pattern followed at different levels by the individual faculty. All such things have been integrated in our the core value 4, namely the use of technology, core value 4 of NAAC, namely the use of new technology or simply technology. Thereby, a new institutionalizing quality has been initiated. So like that, during the last 7 years, namely from 12 to 19, I had a privilege of working with the management and faculty members to arrive a lot of new quality assurance, and it has been practiced and it has been made mandatory for the faculty to follow that, and it becomes a system now. So after a few years of establishment of such systems, it will go without much difficulty. Only thing you need to rephrase depending upon the new trend by re-engineering the policy which was written a few years back. So whatever I have mentioned is presented here, how you can qualify with the help of 4 phases. Awareness phase, experiential phase, expansion phase, and consolidation phase. So it may look like a management principles and other things, but certain important issues, you can take it up from the NAAC manual and then implement it according to the working culture and faculty knowledge of the faculty, and you can rework for betterment and get the required documents. So another important area is this process, the quality improvement methods. Though you have a lot of terminologies like TQM or other methods, what personally I have felt, this total quality management principle and continuous quality improvement principles are helping with the help of a benchmarking principle, so that organization like higher educational institutions can do better and improve their standard, for which NAAC plays a pivotal role to make the higher educational institutions are substantially supporting the nation or promoting the nation building. So whatever I have done in my period during 12 to 19, total quality management, TQM, was followed, and I followed continuous quality improvement process. And whoever takes up this job, IQAC coordinator or dean or director, they have to take up this continuous quality improvement thing and benchmarking for every variable found in the manual, NAAC manual. So when we want to achieve certain things, restructuring or re-engineering is important. Therefore, for horizontal mobility and promoting various features in the choice-based system, the school systems were followed, and more delegated authorities are given, because decentralization is a very important activity to be given to execute or make everyone in the institution to be a leader for certain activities. Therefore, all these methods are aimed to improve the organization or higher educational institutions. However, they differ in terms of implementations and the scope with which we started, and it may reach 100% or it may reach some 50%. Irrespective of that, 100% is a full achievement. 50% revise the policy, revise the structure and system, so that over a period we can go closer to 100%. So I said some of these as a philosophy for doing this quality assurance. So when I say TQM, it talks about a human factor, human excellence, how you have to work together as a team. You must make customer as a center, namely for us, students are center, and all the teaching learning should be student centric, so that we can achieve a greater we can contribute greater to the nation. That is one thing. Secondly, the continuous quality improvement is important, because everyone wants to improve their standard, move forward. Therefore, it's an ongoing process. You must plan, execute, evaluate, and then identify the gap between the plan and outcome. So as I said, for the NAAC, every department, every individual is going to contribute. That data alone is going to support your assessment and accreditation process, for which a proper self-study report should be prepared. So benchmarking for every year is mandatory. Currently, NAAC requires or NAAC demands annual quality assurance report, AQAR, to be submitted in online mode with the plan is similar to the SSR report. Therefore, there is no possibility of altering data at the fag end of the period, as many institutions have done in the previous cycles. based on the RAF, it is not possible, and also it becomes very clear that institutions should have a benchmark on the start of the day, and similarly at the end of the day, whether that has been achieved or not can be identified with the help of a CQI. Now, I wish to say a few important ideas what we have learned so far as an internal enabling environment. The 4 items are policy, leadership, core values, and resources. How many of us are aware of the institutional policies? Only based on RAF, every institutions are trying to evolve the policies for different purposes based on the need. Otherwise, most of the faculty members and the staff members in the institutions, they do not aware of the policy, functioning of the institutional policies. How many drafted policies are known to faculty and students and parents is a very fundamental question. It involves the understanding the policies. How many policies expected by NAAC, and how many of them are displayed on the website? Because it is a phase of a college. How many policies are available? What are they? How I have to support the institution, and how I have to benefit out of that institution. A student should aware of it. Parents should aware of it. How many regulatory policies are needed to run the institution? Simply promoting the policies is one thing. What are the regulations imposed in the policies? That is also important for NAAC. So the policies are made essential from this RAF. Leadership. Who are all leaders in your institutions? That is one thing. Why leadership should be exhibited in an institution? Do you think only your principal or head or yourself or other people like student counselor act as a leader? According to us, everyone should take up leadership and everyone should contribute. The core values are vision, mission, values, goals, and objectives. It has to be drafted and redrafted according to the need of the hour, because higher educational institutions for the tertiary purpose, tertiary education at the higher educational institutions are changing very frequently their goals, and because the universal goal has to be achieved, therefore the vision, mission, values have to be altered. Any institutions have to rethink about their mission, vision, values based on their goals and objectives, and what are their perspective plans, how the standard operating procedures are available for infrastructures and IT policies and so on. And similarly, money makes everything. Resources, corpus fund. How do we mobilize the funds? How much infrastructures are available, resources, physical resources available, infrastructures available, how much of ICT are integrated, e-resources available in the institutions. Apart from that, our resources are our students. They become the ambassadors of the institutions. So alumni associations are important. They are the ambassadors for the growth of the institution. So whatever I have mentioned in the previous slides, they talk about only these things in terms of NAAC. Organizing for quality based on the organogram of the institutions and the hierarchy and all such things are one part. Besides that, how you have to work as a team, creating a local structure, how IQAC functions, the deans are functioning, vice principals are functioning, heads and students counselors are functioning. Such things are one group which will be a very close loop for the principal to carry forward the activities at the institution, and also they are a key players for the management to promote the quality assurance activities. On the other hand, at the department level, HODs and quality assurance members, micro quality assurance members and mentors, student representatives, all of them, they form their own structures, what to do and what not to do in order to make the institution to plunge into a higher level, to reach a higher level. Such a structure should be designed, and it should not be flat structure. Hierarchical structure should not be a flat structure. It must be a pyramidal structure, so that a quality assurance activity can start from one end and it will be disseminated to the base of the triangle or a structure, so that whatever plan is proposed at the apex body will be disseminated to the lowermost base body. The other parts like supporting functions, capacity building, as I said as an example, they become the team players for the developmental activities and student support systems, students' welfare and staff welfare activities. So such capacity building is a very important function which should be taken care of in the support, higher support system. The other things like communication and informations, notices and circulars of all the activities pertaining to the staff members and students are to be displayed and disseminated to the base, to the lowermost category. And not only that, the availability of all the information in the form of documents. So to my understanding, this RAF has made everyone to become familiar with the documentation. Though I have been working for the NAAC from cycle 1, I myself appreciate the documentations, how I can showcase my own standard through the documentation. Every faculty member should be aware of it. So the communication talks about this crux as a story, 4 Ds: document, display, data, and data analysis. So document is not simply taking a Xerox copy or just displaying with the photographs. Data you have to get from that document, and not only displaying that, whether it is reliable display of information, that is also important. At the end of the day, end of the academic year, how an individual has contributed himself to the institution, how he has contributed to the nation as a teacher, that could be referred to be a data analysis. So all such things, when they are plugged into the different domains of the college website, the information will reach to the outside world. So in that sense, communication and information plays a vital role from one end from student side, the other end from staff side, third management side, so that all these things put together, it will be available on the college website. In other words, if I say, if you want me to say, in terms of the RAF, QLM and QNM are the 2 important segments, where 70% talks about your QNM and 30% QLM. If you take these 2 things, QLM on one side and QNM on another side, as an axis, 2-dimensional graph, and if your value system is good, policy is good, your functional activities are exorbitantly good, such things are existing in the institution, you find a lot of informations can be pulled as a blown up balloon in a quality versus qualitative data versus quantitative data in 2-dimensional graph. So such a thing is very could be visible and you can materialize if the quality assurance system is existing. Internal quality assurance system is existing. Third important point is a rewarding quality. What are the welfare measures you are given to students, staff, faculty, and so on? And every time an incentive for quality contribution in terms of cash, appreciation, or in terms of certificates, etc., or in terms of sending them for higher educations, or allowing them to participate in conferences, something like that is a rewarding quality. They contribute the quality assurance. So if such things are embedded in your organization, definitely institutionalization is viable and feasible. So if I want to summarize the quality, there are these say the 7 items I could imagine interiorizing the vision and mission of the institution. Unless we have a goal and objectives, vision, mission, values of the college institution, we cannot achieve a quality or assurance of the quality. And the second point is translating whatever the core values imposed in an institution. So take them the same through the vision missions, proper strategies with its core values you have to establish in a given in the institution so that it will be disseminated to all the faculty members and students. Understanding is another important quality factor, is institutional integral growth in all parameters, all aspects, all the programs offered, and it must not be a static one, it must be dynamic, and it also should be structurized. So if a good quality assurance system is present, and if the understanding of the manual or any matter of fact to offer a good education, if understanding is good, things would be to the higher level. Fourthly, performing. We have key indicators, different parameters. It must be performed, every parameters, key indicators are performed properly, continuously, you get the data, required data. And as I said, documenting talks about the growth systematically with the suitable evidences. So documentation becomes an important quality. Presenting them for AQAR or SSR becomes a quality. And articulating them effectively in terms of the manual, in terms of making aware of all such things, all the parameters, to aware of them at the local level and the external level, external members, when they visit, you can articulate them properly so that your quality will be known to the people who visit them. Such quality assurance is going to show you an accreditation or ranking. Though it is a challenging and tedious process, but robust and objective. So quality assurance demands certain conceptual idea and then understanding and ensuring the quality in terms of this. And as I said, the CQI, continuous quality improvement strategy, talks about the Deming's PDCA cycle, plan, do, check and act cycle. It is a very easy one, and every teacher, every student, every administrator should take care of this and do meticulously and plan accordingly and identify the gap existing. Like a builder, when he builds a flat, how he takes up the issues one after another and finishes the job one after another within the due time. One can plan accordingly and map it accordingly where we have lacuna, where we have lack of understanding, lack of the gap is widening. All such things can be understood with the help of quality assurance methods and tools. So this talks about simply Deming's PDCA cycle. It's nothing but a planning, doing, checking, and acting accordingly to understand the gap existing now with reference to the focused one, namely the expected outcome. So what we require is a quality culture. When we talk about the quality culture, customer relationship is very important. Like a buyer of a car and the manufacturer of the car, in between you have a dealer. So when you look at the left hand side, it talks about the customer and the product producer, how they handshake so that the buyer will get the best out of it. So a quality culture should be based on the quality management, structural elements, how the tools are present, how we are committed to the task individually, collectively, and it must be taken to the maximum level with the help of a communication and participation and trusting, believing one another. So a quality assessment and quality assurance development has got 5 phases. If we take quality is a result of individual commitment, then the result is a variable. But that variable should be measurable. So every individual's contribution is going to give you a data. That data, it becomes a number. So the result of QNM in your college institution is going to help you to score higher. Like that, the quality assurance development phases in which thinking in the process, proper thinking, and then organizing that thinking in a proper way, and how you rework in order to make it systematic and with the help of an innovations, and how you are making the quality towards outward oriented, and it must be externally suitable for that, so that you will be achieving the excellence. The core value 5 of NAAC talks about the quest of excellence, which can be achievable, but it all depends upon the group of teamwork, the group of members available in the institution, and their teamwork and the management support and the involvement of individuals and the involvement of student friends. So I'll show a few slides which could be helpful for those who are preparing for their assessment and accreditation process, or in preparing the SSR, even preparing the AQA. I could say for autonomous colleges and affiliated colleges, the questions are similar, and one has to prepare all these things, policy documents for the institution. So I have listed down some of them from the manual, and similarly, what are the regulatory policies in different criterion, and regulatory policies for different criteria I have listed out, starting from 1 onwards, criterion 1 till 7. So all these things talk about the expectation of quality assurance in a given institution, higher educational institution. So if you count the numbers, you can see very well that around 50 numbers will come, and it will be more of intellectual thinking and working on this intellectual people together to achieve the target, namely the maximum weightage for your institution. Now, though it is not an individual work, the IQAC takes up this issue. Therefore, responsibility of IQAC is development and application of quality benchmark parameters for various academic and administrative activities of the institution. And then facilitating the creation of learner-centric environment conducive to the quality education and faculty maturity level, maturation to adopt the required knowledge and technology for participating teaching learning process. arrangement for feedback response from students, parents, and other stakeholders, and quality-related institutional processes. Dissemination of information on various quality parameters of the institution. And similarly, the inter and intra-institutional workshops, seminars, related themes for promotions of qualities and quality culture in an institution. Documentation of various programs, activities leading to quality improvement. And also to have a database in the institution and maintaining them and enhancing them to reach the ivory tower with the help of institutional benchmark. If all these things are available as a database, preparation of AQAR and preparation of SSR is not a very big task, but it is a task. It is a challenging task, but preparing all of them, put together, place them together in the database of our institution, it is a remarkable work of the IQAC. So the responsibility of IQAC is not simply collecting data, bridging the gap, and also specifying the side where we can move and plunge into a particular level to reach the institution and move forward. So the important issues related to the IQAC coordinator is organization of an internal quality network. So it is not vested with the HOD or IQAC or the team members. It must be creating a network. And you must have a proper communication between the units, heads, developing three-stage learning process, namely learn the higher education expectations, at least at the NAAC manual, apply them suitably to the institution, and properly cultivate the habit of creating a culture, quality culture, by disseminating it properly. Recognizing the specific skills in the institutions, fostering the innovative ideas in order to solve problems which are exhibiting in any institution, that has to be solved by ensuring changes in the structure, policies, and other things. Auditing the activities in cooperation with the management, and proposing benchmarks for a suitable outcome. So as a former IQAC Dean, I have a very big belief in the second point, namely second and third point, communication of flow, and also the three-step process, learn, apply, disseminate, are important role of IQAC. So develop a culture of communication and sharing information, well-defined communications and their responsibility, clear objectives of flow, precise listing of sources and receivers, practical and ample usage of ICT that facilitate the quality assurance in any institution. So in a global level, or thinking about the quality assurance, you have a four-way process: strategic quality assurance, systematic quality assurance, functional quality assurance. They provide the result. So it is a bidirectional flow from benchmark to the need of the stakeholders, or vice versa. On the left hand side, if you see the strategic quality assurance, they talk about all the policies, relevance of the policies, how you can do that. All such things are available in the second category, systematic quality assurance. So IQAS talks about the second part. Once the strategic policy, quality assurance policies and management support, other things are prevailing in the institutions, the functional quality assurance are possible in terms of education, service, and research. If the first three are functional, manageably functioning without any issues, then the results would be overwhelming. That is what I understand from this four-way process. But it has to be worked and think over it, how you can improve the system to to make it acceptable at the grassroots level. So once this kind of internal assurance and external quality assurance are available based on the SWAC analysis process, one can contribute to the nation. So as altogether, if you look at my presentations for quality assurance, it talks about only one thing. You can create a framework and make it institutional. The quality assurance can be made institutionalized, for which a teamwork is important. So in the stream of higher educational institutions, how can we walk on water? So I have listed down some 9 points. Make sure you were born to walk on water. Everyone who takes up this charge, IQAC coordinator or director, the sole responsibility is vested with him, and he should take it with a good spirit that I am going to walk on issues. So how I can to invent the capability of doing things. So make sure you were born to walk on water. So to invent the capability of doing so. Decide that nothing can stop you. It requires absolute unconditional dedication. Unless we are committed, unconditional dedication is provided. Absolutely, it is a marathon exercise. You will, at some point or other, you will get fed up and you will forget about the history of what we have done, what we have achieved, and how we can improve upon it. Thirdly, work on it for real. Truly devoting oneself till the end result comes. That's what I mean by work on it for real. Let the whole world what you are up to. Anybody and many will speak about your functional activities of your functions and how you are not supporting their wish, but you are, if you think about it, it will become an extra pressure which fuels your motivations to pull down. So forget about others' statement. Value the people who value your ambitions. So forget about the people who are talking unnecessarily about your performance. Similarly, ignore the naysayers, the pessimists. So we must be optimistic enough to achieve our target and prepare for the plan. Enjoy the pain of your greatest challenge. Never give up and never quit. So these are all the ideas on which you can work. And one can see in a nutshell, the institutionalization is understood, can be understood as a process through which new, initially ambiguous, unfamiliar, and resisted ways of doing things. But after some time, it becomes a structure, desirable, appropriate, and comprehensive, and it becomes a common structure. So for one example is a school system established in 1213. I happened to run between pillar to post and achieve this school of excellence with the help of some 25 meetings from different quarters, and then achieved a good teaching learning evaluation procedure with the horizontal mobility, greater flexibility in the choice-based credit system. So once you achieve that, you'll be enjoying your function, and you'll be cherish your assurance. So the quality assurance is critical, crucial in higher education based on the premise that the processes and the procedures of quality have to be clearly chalked out. The effectiveness of different processes should be vetted and measured. Outcomes should be assessed and shared with the different stakeholders. For internal quality assurance, the lessons one should learn to include clarity in the institutional mission statement, need of quality units within the institutions, monitoring through the data collection, analysis, and benchmark, transparency in the process, incentive measures, cost of quality procedures. So quality assurance, to be successful, it has to be developed as a culture which is self-sustaining, self-renewing, self-rewarding. So in a nutshell, if I want to say, people's commitment to quality has to be the highest standard, for which the management should support the faculty, support the policies based on the locality, and how we can tune our local institution to the global level is the demand of NAAC. So that's all. Thank you for listening patiently, because it's more of concept based. Now it's open for discussion.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your highly informative, elaborative, educative, and thought-provoking session. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
It's over to the participants for questions, if any. Participants, kindly unmute your audio and ask questions to sir. Excuse me, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
There is a question from participants found in the chat box, sir. Can I ask now?
Yes, most welcome.
Yes, sir. First question, can quality education be maintained in this pandemic situation?
It's a good question. Based on the current situation, you want to maintain the quality, which demands more of technology. I do agree. It all depends upon the investment made by the institution, namely the management. But whatever we have achieved in the regular time may not be achievable, but certain things can be, quality enhancement can be possible, quality things can be possible. Namely, every teacher is currently equipped with taking e-content, preparing e-content for their lessons. In that way, the institution can promote some more, give some more incentives to them and allow them to prepare some sort of YouTube content on certain topics of their discipline, and then put them for a particular metric if they are really going for accreditation. Even otherwise, the demand of NAAC is to make the repository of the teaching part of this faculty. So in that way, this pandemic is helping, and only thing we need, management need to support to some extent for such things, namely on the server for part of repository purpose. For the preparational part, some sort of incentives to be given to the faculty members. A lot of free tools are available. That's what I heard. But I did this kind of repository of teaching learning part long back, not recently, but it can be done during this time. Next question, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Next question is, what are the core values among higher educational institutions are promotable by NAAC?
No, core value for NAAC is already available in the NAAC website or NAAC manuals or any leaflets or booklets prepared by NAAC. But we have to restructure that idea according to our institutional goals. So core values, the institutions have to prepare. I cannot say you have to have all such things. Demand is preparation of value system. Suppose you take for India, NAAC demands a value system. So code of ethics, code of conduct for faculty, students, other higher officials and so on is one thing, wherein the value system should be cultivated, which forms a core value of any institution. It's supposed to be, besides teaching the subjects, demonstrating the value system at the institution level is important.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Next question.
That's all, sir. Participants, if you have any questions, you may ask to sir now. Excuse me, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
I think no more questions from participants.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for your valuable session.
Yes, ma'am. Once again, I apologize my technical issue from my side. Kindly apologize my problem issues. It's not purposely done. We are unable to connect, and it took some time, 15-20 minutes late. So kindly bear with me.
No problem, sir. We understood your network issues, sir. Thank you very much for your valuable session, sir. Once again, thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Dear participants, let's have a break for lunch. Get connected by 1:40 p.m. sharply. Thank you all. Good afternoon, one and all. It's happy to welcome you all to the final session of National Webinar. Now I take up the opportunity of calling upon Dr. R. Dinesh Kumar, IKSC member, Assistant Professor, Department of Physics, Sri Vidya Mandir Arts and Science College, Autonomous, to introduce our most renowned professor, recipient of Shakespeare Award, the man of willpower and action, our Vice Principal, Dr. N. Gunashegaran, IKSC Coordinator, Head, Department of English, Sri Vidya Mandir Arts and Science College. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon to all. It gives me an immense pleasure and great honor to introduce and welcome our chief guest of this final session. The function of education is to teach one to think intensively and to think critically. Intelligence plus character, that is the goal of our true education. I would like to introduce such a personality. He received his UG degree from Government Arts College, Tiruvannamalai, and a PG degree from Annamalai University, Chidambaram, and his MPhil from Madurai Kamarajar University, Madurai, and his PhD from Bharatiyar University, Coimbatore, respectively. He has 19 years of rich teaching experience. He is serving as head of the Department of English and also the vice principal of Sri Vidya Mandir Arts and Science College, Uttangarai. He is also an IQSC coordinator of Sri Vidya Mandir Arts and Science College, Uttangarai. He was served as an Senate member of Periyar University. He has guided and produced 39 MPhil scholars and 4 PhD scholars are under his guidance now. He has published 43 papers in international journals and 4 books. Also presented 13 papers in international conference and 33 in national conference seminars and attended 12 seminars. He was awarded the best faculty by various institutions for his achievement in teaching. He is none other than Dr. N. Gunashegaran sir, Head, Department of English, Vice Principal, IQSC Coordinator of Sri Vidya Mandir Arts and Science College, Uttangarai. Now I request our distinguished chief guest, Dr. N. Gunashegaran sir, to deliver the presentation.
Most venerable founder, most illustrious secretary, Thiru R. P. Raji, most respected additional secretary, Thiru P. Venkatachalam, most respected, dynamic and young principal, Dr. T. Balasubramaniam, faculty members of Sri Vidya Mandir Arts and Science College, coordinators of various institutions and organizations of in and around Tamil Nadu, faculty members and participants, distinguished professors and dignitaries of in and around Tamil Nadu, a pleasant good afternoon to one and all gathered here. First of all, I would like to convey a hearty thanks to the management and the principal for giving such a great and golden opportunity to present in the 2-day national level seminar, UGC sponsored NAAC sponsored seminar on role of NAAC in enhancing quality in higher education institutions. Let me come to my topic. My topic is need of holistic development and progression in higher education institution. I feel it's my immense pleasure to start with a few quotes in English and Tamil so that it will be a boosting to the participant that what's the need of quality and the holistic development in the NAAC in each and every institutions. An American politician, Charles B. Rangel, rightly says, a quality education grants us the ability to fight the war on ignorance and poverty. And another writer, an English writer, a philosopher, John Ruskin says, quality is never an accident. It is always the result of intelligent effort. So it is the quality cannot be achieved as per the poet's experience and exposure. The quality cannot be achieved so easily. It is out of the risk and effort, the efficacy that the faculty members of each and every institution that have been taken. And in Tamil, the great poet Valluvan says in Tamil, Odiyar mun illar pol ekattum kattar kadayare kalladava. In English, the unlearned are inferior to the learned, before whom they stand begging as the destitute before the wealthy. Highlights of the presentation: vision and the mission of NAAC, core values of NAAC, revised assessment and accreditation framework, focus of assessment, definition of holistic development, students' support in higher education institutions, students' progression in higher education institution, need of holistic development. As IKSC coordinator, I feel it's my privilege to read out the vision and the mission of NAAC, as it has been already known to everyone. I want to emphasize once again here in this opening of the presentation. Vision to make quality, vision of NAAC, to make quality the defining element of higher education in India through a combination of self and external quality evaluation, promotion, and sustenance initiatives. Mission to arrange for periodic assessment and accreditation of institutions. The higher education or units thereof are specific academic programs, projects to stimulate the academic environment for promotion of quality teaching, learning, and research in higher education institutions, to encourage self-evaluation, accountability, autonomy, and innovations in the higher education, to undertake quality-related research studies, consultancy, and training programs, to collaborate with the other stakeholders of higher education for qualifying, evaluation, promotion, and sustenance. The core values of NAAC. There are 5 core values contributing to national development. So it would be the first and foremost core value of NAAC. So what is the contribution of the students? That means the faculty members of each and every institution and organization must make out the students, to understand the students, to contribute something for the development of nation, towards the development. The second is fostering global competencies among students. Fostering, that is growing the students, developing the students to achieve the competency on part of the global level. They should not be like a narrow-minded. Their competency level should be a wider one, not a narrowed one. Like within the district or within the state, it should be national and global level, not even national, but international level, that is global level. Such a competency should be grown in the mind of the students, and inculcating a value system among students. So we must teach them and inculcate, teach them and instill in their minds the value system among students. What is the value of NAAC? What is the quality of the teaching? What is the quality of education? And what is the output of the result of education? So it should reflect in each and everyday life, day-to-day life, so as to be benefited by the society. So students, each and everything should be reflected. And promoting the use of technology. They should also be encouraged, the students, all the students should be encouraged to the higher level of technology uses. They should not be unaware of the technology, day-to-day life technology. They should be upgraded with the technology. So available in the institutions are not at all matter, but they should be known. They should be aware of the technical instruments. And quest for last one, quest for excellence in core values of NAAC. They should be well aware of the core values of all the core values of NAAC. So what is the purpose of NAAC? And they should know very well the value, the core value, that is the main, the vital value of the importance value of the NAAC. And let me remind the revised assessment and accreditation framework, the revised updated NAAC assessment and accreditation framework. What are the revised rules and regulations of the framework? What the NAAC expects as on date? I want to insist the important major points only. It represents an explicit paradigm shift, making it ICT enabled, objective, transparent, scalable, and robust, from qualitative peer judgment to database quantitative indicator, from qualitative to quantitative. So quality only is not an achievement to be achieved, but the quality must be in terms of quantity. So in a class of 50 students means only 10 students should only be qualified. But all the 50, that is in terms of quantity also, they should be, the quality should be taken to all the students. That is the quality on par to the quantity. Third one, evaluation with the increased objectivity and transparency towards extensive use of ICT confirming scalability and robustness in terms of simplification of process, drastic reduction in number of questions, size of report, visit days, and so on, and boosting benchmarking as quality improvement tool through comparison of NAAC indicators with other international QA, that is of framework, that is a QA framework. So continuously, next point is, it represents an explicit introducing pre-qualifier for PTM visits as 30% of system generated score. So PTM visit only 30% we have to show to them, and introducing system generated scores, that is SGS, with a combination of online evaluation about 70%. So this is the revised NAAC framework. So previously, 10% work to be documented, and all the documented, printed, documented, soft copy of documented should be submitted in person in the institution in front of the inspection committee. Whereas the revised NAAC, 70% of documents should be online. So they would, the inspection committee members, the PTM members would verify, and that is called DVV, right? Verify and validation through online only, through cross-checking with the students and faculty members and the stakeholders and the parents and other members of the organization directly or indirectly related to the organization or institutions. So 70% weightage is given to that validation and inspection, and introducing the element of a third-party validation of data and the possibility of roping in multiple agencies. And next one, in adopting a 10% off-site evaluation of higher education institutions applying for cycle, each and every cycle accreditation on-site visits in exceptional cases. So certain exceptional cases, except certain cases, that is called exception cases. All the other cases, all the other documents should be found in online in order to check the PTM to verify and check it. In providing appropriate differences in the metrics, weightages, and benchmarks to universities, autonomous colleges, and affiliated and the constitutions of colleges. So we have to create such a great benchmarks, achievements, academic and non-academic, in all-round achievements within the campus and outside the campus, because it's a part and parcel of the duty of the faculty members of each and every institutions to adapt village. That's called internal and external, outside and inside of the campus. We have to take part to create benchmark to provide all the documents to the PTM visitors. Last one, in devising several metrics to bring in enhanced participations of students and alumni in the assessment process. So last point, insisting that the alumni students also should be part and parcel of the institutions, and they must contribute in such a way for the development of the institution and to bring the name and the fame of the each and every institution. So focus of assessment. So the NAAC continues with its focus on quality culture of the institution in terms of quality initiatives, quality sustenance, and quality enhancement as reflected in its vision, organization, operations, and the processes. So frequently the term quality. See, in terms of all areas, the quality only is expected from the NAAC. The quality assessment can be better done through self-evaluation. So the faculty members of each and every institution must evaluate first ourselves. So how far we are in the grade level, how far we are such a assessment level. So we have to evaluate first self, and then we have to project in front of the peer team. The self-evaluation process and the subsequent preparation of the self-study report, that is called SSR, to be submitted to NAAC involves the participation of all the stakeholders. So it involves the following, that is management, because it's not a team of faculty members. It not only pertaining to a team of students or alumni or stakeholders. It includes all the following: management, faculty members, administrative staff, students, parents, employers, community, alumni, and so on. So quality indicator framework, QIF. So there are 7 criteria to, so this is just for shortly, briefly, I want to remind you as it is already known to you. So briefly, I want to remind you. So 7 criteria to serve as basis for assessment of higher education institutions are curricular aspects, teaching, learning and evaluation, research, innovations and extension activities, and infrastructure and learning resources, student support and progression, which we are going to deal in detail in this presentation. And 6th one is governance, leadership and management. 7th one is the last one is institutional values and best practices. So revised framework. So it includes of the academic administrative aspects along with the emerging issues. Under each criterion, a few key indicators are identified. These key indicators KIS are further delineated as a metric which actually elicits responses from the higher education institutions. So this mark weightage is in terms of autonomous colleges. Here given mark because mark grading the weightages differ according to the affiliated colleges, universities and autonomous colleges. Just for example, here autonomous college is given curricular aspects 150 mark weightage, and teaching, learning and evaluation 250 marks, and research, consultancy and extension activities 200, and infrastructure and learning resources 100. Student support and progression 100, and whereas the student support and progression for affiliated colleges 130 marks, for universities 140 marks, governance and leadership 150, innovative and practices 150 marks. In total, it comes 1000 marks. Now let us come to our topic. Holistic development. So need of holistic development. So let us start with the definition of holistic development. What is a holistic development? Because each and every institution, unless the institution holistically developed, that is altogether development in all terms of thing, academic and non-academic. That's what we are going to see in the definitions. Okay, so what is holistic development? So it seeks to engage all aspects of learner, including mind, body, and spirit, which is also identified as a holistic. The spirit is also body and spirit also identified as a holistic learning theory, and which is based on the premise that each person finds identity, meaning, and purpose in life through connections to their local community, to the natural world, and to humanitarian values such as comparison and peace. It aims to call for from people an intrinsic reverence for life and a passionate love of learning. So, holistic development aims at calling forth from people an intrinsic reverence. Intrinsic means innate, that is innate talent, to bring out the innate talent of each and every student to get practice in the day-to-day life, and with an enthusiastic interest in learning, and it gives attention to experiential learning. So they must learn experientially. That is, so they should not think that life is totally, entirely different from the studies, the course. So life is coupled with that is both life and it should be balanced. Life and education, the curriculum and the day-to-day life is a core, a single one. Okay, so it should be made out to the students, and it places the holistic development places significance on relationships and primary human values within the learning environment, and it's timeless and found the sense of wholeness in humanity's religious impetus. So it's a timeless and found the sense of wholeness, the completeness, completion. Okay, in humanity's religious impetus, that is so as to understand the religious as well as complete the meaning of religion. It cope up with the religion. So it should not be partial or away from the life and the religion, whichever the religion may be. So all the religion must be correlated and they must be made out, that is understood. The student should be understood that all the religions say the same one, and all promotes only for the development and coming up in the life in a quality manner. Student support and progression. So this is in terms of affiliated colleges. Already I have told you that only 100 marks for autonomous college, the same criteria 5, student support and progression, whereas affiliated colleges 130 marks grade weightage is given. And the efforts of an institution is to provide necessary assistance to students. So what is a student support? So the institution, each and every institution must take maximum effort to facilitate, to support to students, to fulfill their needs. What is their expectations? What is their goal, their achievement? So we have to travel along with their goal. We have to facilitate everything. That's what we are going to see in detail in terms of a placement and recruitment job, and improving their talents, bringing out their innate talents, and improving and developing their talents and skill, and all in terms of all how we have to cope up with the students. So the staff, the faculty members of an institution and the students must travel like a track of a train. So each must go equally. So they should not apart. They should not be part with each other in different directions. They must go in a straight away, equal distance and equal equal progress, equal distance and progress. That is some progress. I think you can understand that movement, motions. To enable them to acquire meaningful experience for learning at the campus and holistic development and progressions. So it's also our duty to understand them, to make out them. So the core value of holistic development and progression, the support, what are the support that we can extend to the students? Okay, so that they can move with the faculty members freely to achieve their goal, open their mouth and achieve their goal. Monitoring of students' performance, alumni profiles, and progression of students to higher education and gainful employment. So it's also the duty of a faculty members to monitor each and every student, because the calibrity of each and every students may differ according to the students. We cannot expect all are equal caliber, equally caliber. All are equal exposure, all are equally talented. So it may differ according to the students' background, economic, social, and so many other factors, so many environmental backgrounds, where they are coming from, whether they're from a remote village or city or okay. So it differ according to the level. What are the facilities they avail in their remote village or city, or what are the what's called the impacting factor, the affecting factor to the students, and what are the affecting factor to the students of a city as well as the remote village, because both of them in two different way affected. Here the students have been affected, the remote village students are being affected with the inferiority complex, whereas the city students are being affected with the superiority complex. So like that, the students are affected in two different ways. Not only, this is an example just I said, but so many other factors are there affected. So all should be monitored and they should be guided properly. So this is the key indicators in 4 categories. And first category, students support, that which we are going to deal detailedly the forthcoming slides. It carries 50 marks, and students progression 45 marks. And this is in terms of affiliated colleges, 130 marks. Okay, and students participation and activities 25 marks, and alumni engagement 10 marks. In total 130 marks it comes. Student support. So revised and updated prospectuses. So what the very first and foremost duty of an institution to do is to update and revise the prospect to be published and to be found in the hand of the students, the freshers, so that they may be very familiar with the institutions and the expectations of the institutions in terms of academic and non-academic, academic and non-academic activities. So revised and updated prospectus is published every academic year and given to the students at the time of admission. It states the vision and mission of the college and gives information about management and faculty members, details of various programs offered with the fee structure, admission process, general rules, examination pattern and rules, extracurricular activities, facilities and services available in the institutions, students' welfare services. So in these various factors, we must frame. So which these are the factors, these are the data, details should be included in the prospectus, so that the students will be very well versed, known, familiar with all these things of the institution. So institution scholarship for free ship to students. So what are the scholarship that we are offering to the students? This should be very first thing we have to do. After the detailed prospect comes under student support. So student support and progression. So support in the sense that not only supporting financially, but also in all kinds of ways. Okay, so that we are going to see detailing. Our teachers identify needy and deserving students and refer them to students' welfare centers. So we know the welfare center is there, and each and every district headquarters are facilitating the welfare schemes, and every year they are sanctioning a scholarship to the students, and we have to find out the needy and deserving, particularly. Okay, deserving students. That deserving means there must be that is they must have such a quality, so qualifying, that is financially they must be very weak, they must be very economically very weak. So in such a way we have to find out the deserving students and refer them to students welfare. They should be identified and refer them to the welfare center. And students also can apply directly once their eligibility and requirements are scrutinized by the office. A free ship, scholarship, interest, free loans, flexible repayment basis should be given. Flexibility in terms of that is a scholarship as well as collecting of fees. So they should be immediately after sanctioning the scholarship, they should not be urged, they should not be insisted that they should submit the record finance, that is the payment to the office, the fees to be paid, remitted. So immediately, so in such a way we should not urge them. So this is like a torturing, a pestering students. So this should not be done. Okay, and some of the students are given exemption or concession in fees and or facility of paying fees in installments. So that most of the students in rural districts have been already practicing, and it should be continued. It should be continued. So the students should be given installments. So usual academic years themselves we must give installment scheme, and during this COVID period, moreover, no way, we must be very, very liberal and generous and give time to the students for repaying or paying, remitting their semester fees. The amount is released at the time of students is released. So once the scholarship is released from the welfare office or any institution or immediately sanctioned to the student. Issues for their personal need requirements and fail to remit the tuition fees, for which purpose mainly the welfare scheme is being functioning. Okay, so they should not be issued immediately, but at the time of examination and admission, so that they can pay admission fee or exam fee, like that. In such a way, we have to sanction the fees. Other than this, our faculty members, individual donors, and non-government organizations provide financial assistance to many students. So it is also expected from the faculty members and the NGOs to help deserving for faculty, for poor students to extend financially. So this is a small example table. The financial assistance received by students. Just for example, an example table roughly made just for example 2010 to 11, that is 10 and 11, 2010 and 11 academic year. So number of students the financial assistance received 15 students. So amount for 15 students is 43,850. Okay, from Government of India scholarship. So Government of India GOI scholarship. Again GOI free ship 9 students 13,500. Minority scholarship no one is sanctioned. That means either the students may not be qualified, that is fit for getting availing minority scholarship, or no minority student found in the institutions. Either this or this case. Okay, and open school scholarship may be in the same case of a minority scholarship. And 11 and 12 maybe 19 students, 82. So total amount received 82,825. And GOI free ship only one students 2,755, and minority scholarship 12. So this academic year 12 students qualified. That means fit for receiving the minority scholarship, and 32,400 rupees have been sanctioned. That is the students have received. And open school scholarship this academic year is also 35. In this way, each and every academic year 10, 11, 12, 12, 13, and 13, 14, and 14, 15. Each and every academic year, the GOI Government of India scholarship, GOI free ship, minority scholarship, and open school scholarship differ. The number of students increasing progress. Okay. Say for example, a GOI scholarship first 10 and 11 academic year only 15. Next year 19. Third year 25. Fourth year 74. And fifth year 105. 105 students availed, that is received a Government of India scholarship. So 5,26,775 students now have received. Okay, and 44. So progressively, the first thing increases. Whereas GOI free ship randomly it goes ups and downs. So 9, 1, 7, again 39, 4, 40. Like that. And minority scholarship, minority students and admitted in the institutions. So we cannot be assured of the number be very strict. Okay. Apart from this, specific support services facilities available. Students from SCST, we know already, welfare scholarship and OBC and economically weaker sections. So economically weaker section, EWS. So it never comes under any community. It never comes under any community. CST, BAC, OBC, yeah, separate economically weaker sections. And central and state government, state government scholarship and free ships are provided to SCST and OBC students, we know. And free waiver, concession, installment facility, book bank facilities. So financial, so apart from financial assessment, book bank, that is in terms of providing materials to students. That's called book bank facilities. So collective book bank means collecting old books from the senior students, alumni students, and providing to the poor and deserving students who are not at all able to purchase materials. Is given to assistance for payment of fees, purchase of books and traveling is provided by the teaching faculty. So volunteers. From teaching side, faculty members, those who have interest to certain students are 2%, 3%, 5%, 20%, 30%. It depends upon their economic position, financial status of each and every staff. Okay, so they must come forward to help the students for purchasing books or traveling or any other that is paying remittance of fees. Free coaching for competitive examinations for SC/ST students is given under UGC scheme. So this is already we know that we must facilitate to provide free coaching to the SC/ST students. Student support services. Student support services facilities available. So what are the other services available in the campus? So we must be sure central and state government scholarship and the free ship are provided to SC/ST and OBC students. Free waivers, concessions, installment facility, book bank facilities given to needy students. That we have already seen. Sorry. Next, students with physically disabilities. See, normal students, we are providing so many facilities and scholarship and friendship and so many other voluntary faculty members, interest faculty members are helping to the students. Okay. What help support that we are extending to the physically challenging disability? Okay, physically challenging students. Okay, physically challenged students are encouraged to participate in all the activity of the college promoting inclusive education. Okay, inclusive education. So in all activities they must be encouraged to participate. Arrangements of classrooms during examinations are made to ensure easy accessibility. They should not be made to feel difficult to reach the examination hall or the classroom. The ramp should be made. Okay, and instead of taking the students giving difficulties and making them to suffer, facilitated the ground floor itself, the nearest COE section. So like that. So there should be the physically challenged students should be facilitated, and visually and physically challenged students are allowed a writer, reader, or extra time during examination. Extra time may be given to the physically, that is visually and physically challenged. That is a hand physically that is affected. Okay, students. Students who participate in various competitions, national and international. So they should be, so all the students, not only physically challenged. So previous slide, we have seen that all the physically challenged students should be made to feel comfortable to extend their education and face all the consequences of feeling free in the campus. And now all the students, not only physically challenged, but all the students, normal students, should be facilitated to attend and encouraged and motivated to attend all the competitions, workshops, symposium, and all national level, international level, yoga, tennis, the sports, all kinds of sports, basketball, volleyball, kho, and everything, all games and indoor and outdoor games, and medical assistant to be given, and workshop, and all the competitions should be made to participate. And medical support, that means medical support to be given to the in the organizations, apart from medical, spoken English, because most of the students are in the rural districts, students from Tamil medium, corporation school, maybe lack of communication skill, that is spoken English. So we have in English, so that is spoken English classes and computer literacy program also to be introduced. So for all the kinds of these facilities that the institutions, the organization introducing, creating facilities are given marks. Okay, and students should be encouraged to publish articles, paintings, drawings, and etc. in the magazines and journals, so as to expose their entrepreneurship skills and other skills, innate skills in the magazines and the journals. And they should also be given coaching for getting pass in competitive exam, such as TRB, CSIR, NET, UGC, NET, SLAT, central and state services, defense and civil services, all kinds of competitive examinations we must arrange and give training to the students apart from curriculum. So that is students. Counseling services are made available to students' academic, personal, career, psychosocial. So we know the students from various backgrounds, socio-economic and backward district. Backward district with the background, that is the parents are literate and illiterate, and some of the parents maybe addict to some certain things, and with so many struggles, they fighting against so many difficulties and struggling, they are coming to the college. Okay, so with the personal worries, they are very much young enough and they are not matured enough, and they should be given a counseling, because we can identify easily their personal grievances. That is there is a saying that the face is the index of mind. So that is the face would reflect what their mind. That is their mind is always found with the family issues, or political issues, or some societal issues. So they, because they are students, they would think whatever the thing happening outside the campus, so in the society, in the family, or personally, some problem issues that are happening to the personal. So all these things to be discussed in terms of counseling, and give guidance, and they must be feel free to come out of. This is most important thing, that is grievances and their redressal. Just one or 2 points I will read out, because how we have to find the grievances and their redressals. What are the grievances we are reading and what are the redressals that are reading? 10 and 11. So grievance may be inadequate water supply in the weaving. So increase the capacity of the own grievance. Lack of adequate computer and internet facilities for the staff members in the staff rooms. And 16 computers with internet facilities are made available. And 11 and 12, lack of adequate space and facilities in the staff rooms. So remedies taken, that is redressals are spacious staff rooms with better facilities made available. So like this, so many grievances are given the left side, and redressals, that is the solutions taken are given the right side. So this is the way we must. So for this also, yes, grade weightage mark is given in the UGC. So till now we have been discussing about the student support. Now the students' progression to higher education and employment. So this is most important element and factor that we must discuss. All the institutions and faculty members must discuss. Think well. They are paying either in the government college or private college or self-affiliated colleges. They are paying and they are spending money at least minimum or maximum level at their own level with the support or non-support of NGOs and the faculty members or welfare scheme. But anyway, at the end of the 3 years UG degree or 2 years PG degree, they must get either job or higher studies. They must go for higher studies. In such a way, they must be promoted. They must be encouraged. That is called progress. That's called students' progression. Say for example, in BA, UG to PG. Say for example, in BA for particular year 2010 and 11, 100 students or 50 students might have studied. Out of 50 students, 27 students have joined in PG, MA in the same college. That is called progressive. Students progressive. Okay. So out of 50 students, 27 students have joined MA English in the same college. That is a progression. So here we cannot take into account of the students from other colleges. So our colleges only to be taken into account. Say for example, the become 50 students means 22 students are joined. Okay, so like that we must promote them, encourage them, motivate them to progress in their life, either to get a job or to go for PG level. Undergraduate, this is also an example table. So UG level, how many students progressed now? That is undergraduate to PG level. How many of them have got job or joined PG? That is year wise, it increases. So 2010 and 11, 55 in the year section. So 2011 and 12, next academic year, 70 students have got job or joined in PG courses or MPhil courses, from PG to MPhil, UGT, PG or PG to MPhil, like that. This is called progress. 2012-13, 92 students. 13-14, 82 students, like that. So the progress should be assessed now. That is to be graded. And postgraduate level, that is from PG to job or PG to MPhil. 2010 and 11, 100 students, all the 100 students got job. This is. And all other students are pursuing MPhil course. Okay. 11 and 12, 100 students. And 12 and 13, 100. And 13 and 14, 95, like that. Okay. So institution facilitate students progression to higher level of education or towards employment. So what are the support that the institution must extend for their progress? Okay. Teachers counsel and students on the useful and scope of postgraduate courses, which motivates them to the higher learning. They also help students to prepare the professional examinations like CA and CS and for getting the job suitable to their caliber by acting as a facilitating between students and potential employers. And seminars and orientation programs are conducted to make students aware of higher education options available. Students are also encouraged to attend education and career fairs and notifications of admissions to premier institutions is displayed regularly on the notice board, and students are encouraged to apply for admission. Financial assistance is given to needy students to pursue higher education. So this is also one of the progressive support that we are given. Support for a progressive placement cell acts as a center for development job opportunities and higher education facilities, and it also contacts students through social media whenever a suitable job opportunity arises. Students are coached to appear for various professional competencies examinations. The programs with the provisions for internship help the students with the on-the-job training. These firms where they are placed often hire them eventually. So in such a way, so we must be faculty members of each and every institution must extend help to the students financially through counseling and in so many other ways and means to progress in their life from UG level to job or PG, and PG level to job or MPhil research level, or research level to higher research level, that is or postgraduate doctoral degree, PDF. So like that, for all these categories, the UGC grants mark based on the weightage, based on the help that the institutions, the faculty members, the management, stakeholders, the students, alumni are extending to the students as support in terms of student support and their progress. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you. Once again, I want to extend thanks to the management and principal and all the other authorities for giving such an opportunity for the presentation in a 2 days national level seminar, UGC sponsor seminar. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your educative and informative session. Over to the participants. Questions, if any. Participants, you may unmute your audio and ask questions. Otherwise, you can send your questions in chat box. Over to the participants.
So good evening, sir. Can you hear me, sir? Sir, I have a question.
உங்களுக்கு கேக்குதா? வாதி மாநாடு வாதி unmute பண்ணிட்டீங்களா? Sir, excuse me, sir. Your
Sir,
voice is not. No.
Can you hear me, sir?
Now audible. Now audible. Tell me, what's your question?
Sir, I'm Vijay from Vaishya College, sir. I'm the NAAC coordinator in Vaishya College.
Very nice to meet you.
Yes, sir. Sir, our principal sir told me to send his regards, sir. He has been watching the program for the past 2 days, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
Sir, and it was very wonderful, and we showed all our faculty members, sir. The program, today program, we showed them, and it was very informative for our staff, sir.
Very kind of you. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Sir, regarding NAAC, sir, it was each and every criteria and what are the needs. The explanation was good, sir. But after receiving NAAC, most of the colleges have the opinion that after we getting a NAAC accreditation, so what do we get with A grade?
What? Pardon?
Sir, we have achieved A grade for the 3 times for consecutive of 3 cycles.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes, we have a graded college, and so what NAAC does for us? If we get a NAAC accreditation in A or A plus, there should be some differentiation, right, sir, for normal colleges and NAAC accredited colleges.
Yeah. Actually, sir, for the past 10 years, the UGC has been insisting all the colleges must go for NAAC, otherwise their affiliation would be cancelled. Okay.
So
they have been keeping on insisting, but still they never take any step, because this is in terms of quality. If we got NAAC means accreditation means we have got the quality. The institution which is not yet get NAAC means they are not qualified. And I think you might have read a newspaper, one article in Delhi newspaper, not here in Tamil Nadu or nearest state. An advertisement stating call for a job qualification, a degree, any degree from NAAC accreditation college. So
that is what we want, sir.
Very soon, sir, we would be differentiating.
Yes, sir.
Very soon, we are going to see, and they are going to face the problems.
Yes, sir. We too also saw, sir.
And their degrees, they have got from non-NAAC accredited colleges would be invalid. They can go for job only in private sectors, not for the government. Okay, so that is the consequence, sir.
Yes, sir. That is what in all the NAAC meetings, the colleges like your college and our college, we have to give a praise for them, that because we are A-graded colleges and we need some recognition.
Yeah.
That is what makes us to compete with other North Indian colleges.
Yeah. Very soon, within a couple of years. Actually,
yes,
this year or last year, the same advertisement would have reached in Tamil Nadu, but due to COVID pandemic situations, not yet reached. But
yes,
within a couple of years, while the COVID pandemic situation comes to end, sure that advertisement will come and we will be differentiated.
Sure, sir. Thank you, sir. It was a wonderful session, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, sir. This is Dr. Carolyn Maria calling from Loyola College of Education, Chennai.
Good evening.
Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, madam.
Yeah. We have already finished 2 cycles of NAAC accreditation. Now we are working for 3rd cycle, because in 2022 March our validity, February our validity gets over. So before that we need to work for 6 months before, no? So for that we started working. But I was told today recently that actually in 2017 NAAC has withdrawn the accreditation from teacher education colleges. But again it has started. That is what I know the information. But I was told recently that the colleges of teacher education, those who are having MEd or autonomous colleges, are only eligible to go for NAAC accreditation only the affiliated colleges are not supposed to go for it. Am I? Yes, sir. I just need some clarification regarding this.
No, no. I think all the affiliated colleges must go for NAC, including autonomous.
Okay, sir. Whether we have PG or not, no issue.
No issue, no. All the colleges, sir.
Okay, no, we are teacher education colleges, not the arts and science college.
Okay.
I am from teacher education college, B.Ed college.
Okay, but yet, sir, all must go for NAC accreditation. Then only it will be recognized by the central government. So it's like a central government approved.
Right, okay, sir.
Only the state government approved and jurisdiction university. Only.
Yes, sir.
NAC accreditation is mandatory for all the institutions.
Okay, sir. Okay. Sure, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Yeah, sir.
Ma'am, at the same time, due to the pandemic situations, the UGC NAC has given some relaxation. Please go through the revised NAC regulations and do accordingly. Some relaxation.
Okay.
And if you have questions directly, you can speak to mobile phone or landline to the NAC regional office, Bangalore or nearest one, Hyderabad or something. And you can get loan of recent one.
Okay. Yeah, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your support. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
book பண்ணுதுயா
Participants, questions if any? Thank you, sir.
லீவ் அடா முன்னாடி லீவ் வரல
Dear participants, we have come to the fair end of this webinar. And next is a wonderful valedictory session with our resource persons and other guests of the program. Within few minutes, it will start. So all the participants, I request you to remain in the line. The valedictory function will be start shortly. A very pleasant evening to one and all. I welcome you all to this fabulous valedictory of our two-day national level webinar on role of NAAC in enhancing quality in higher educational institutions, organized by IQAC of Sri Vidyamandir Arts and Science College, Autonomous. To render a formal welcome to all, I invite the dedicated and accountable professor who is known for her sincere service and humble approach towards every person. I hope by now she is guessed by all. Yes, it is Mrs. R. Jayalakshmi, IQAC member and Assistant Professor of Computer Science, Sri Vidyamandir Arts and Science College, Autonomous. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. A very good evening to all the dignitaries, intellectuals, invited guests, and participants. It gives me an immense privilege and honor to welcome you all to this valedictory session of NAAC-sponsored two-day national webinar on role of NAAC in enhancing quality in higher educational institutions, organized by IQAC of Sri Vidyamandir Arts and Science College, Autonomous, Soothangarai. Nothing great will be achieved without great men, and men are only great if they are determined to do so, is the quote that applies only to our most respected and honored founder, through V. Chandrasekharan, Sri Vidyamandir Group of Educational Institutions. I welcome you, sir. If your actions inspire others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, you are a leader. Such a person is our secretary through R.P. Raji. I welcome you, sir. Next, I welcome our respected joint secretary through P. Venkadachalam, a dedicated man who has proved us on all aspects. I welcome you, sir. It's my great honor to welcome our respected principal, Dr. T. Balasubramanian, who has consistently been the pillar of strength and source of motivation for all of us. I welcome you, sir. To acquire knowledge, one must study. To acquire wisdom, one must observe. And such an observer is our Vice Principal, Dr. N. Gunasekaran. I welcome you, sir. Next, I find immense pleasure to welcome all the eminent resource persons of our today's national webinar. First and foremost, I welcome Professor B.S. Ponmudiraj, Advisor, NAAC, Bengaluru. Welcome you, sir. I am much delighted and honored, deeming it a privilege to welcome Professor S. Karthapandian, Dean, Faculty of Science and Director, IKAC, Alagappa University, Karaikudi. Welcome you, sir. With privilege and due respect, I welcome our most eminent Professor, Dr. Amaya Kumarnath Rath, Advisor, NAAC, Bengaluru. Welcome you, sir. Next, I'm greatly pleased to welcome Dr. Said Wajid, Associate Professor and IKC Coordinator, St. Joseph's College, Autonomous, Bengaluru. Welcome you, sir. Next, I extend my cordial welcome to our distinguished chief guest, Dr. S. Alfred Cecil Raj, Controller of Examination, former Dean IKAC, Associate Professor of Physics, St. Joseph's College, Autonomous, Tiruchirappalli. Welcome you, sir. Next, I propose a heartily welcome to all the aides, staff members of various departments, and IKAC NAAC organizing committee members of the webinar. Finally, I give you a convivial welcome to all the stakeholders, technical team members, well-wishers, and all supporters of the screen and on the screen. I welcome you all once again. Thank you.
Now it's time to call upon our outstanding professor who is behind the success of this two-day national webinar, an organizing member of this webinar and as an intense person. I now call upon Dr. J. Sadish Kumar, IQAC Coordinator, Assistant Professor of Mathematics, Sri Vidyamandir Arts and Science College, to present the webinar report. I welcome you, sir.
Good evening, one and all. I'm extremely privileged to present the webinar report on our two-day national level webinar on role of NAAC in enhancing quality in higher educational institutions, organized by the IQAC cell of our college, 7th and 8th September 2021. The inaugural section of the webinar began by 10 a.m. with a welcome address by myself, Dr. J. Satish Kumar, IQAC coordinator, Sri Vidya Mandir Arts and Science College, Autonomous. Next, our most respected secretary through RP Raji, Sri Vidya Mandir Arts and Science College, Autonomous, felicitated with his greetings and wishes. Followed by him, our respected principal, Dr. T. Balasubramanian, felicitated and expressed his happiness in the conduct of the webinar. Then Dr. N. Gunasegaran, Vice Principal and IQAC Coordinator, Sri Vidya Mandir Arts and Science College, Autonomous, felicitated and explained the scope of NAAC in brief. Next, the section proceeded with the chief guest address, Professor B.S. Ponmudiraj, Advisor, NAAC, Bengaluru, addressed and gathering about quality, innovation, practices, and mechanism leading to e-learning materials. Is stressed the unemployment, and promoted and internal wisdom with quality, interdepartmental activity, leading to skill-based learning. The resource person embraced on the higher order thinking and the intellectual capacity and quoted an incident from the life experience of our former president, Dr. S. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan, with student in Russia and the intellectual quality of the students in Russia. He also highlighted that only raising questions with develop the intellectual quality of the students by the method of Bloom's taxonomy. He registered the policies of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam and his approach towards students in the inaugural section. Technical section 1 was from 10 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. with Professor B.S. Ponmudiraj sir, Advisor, NAAC, Bengaluru, Dr. S. Suresh, COE, Sri Vidya Mandir Arts and Science College, Autonomous, introduced the first resource person. Professor B.S. Ponmudiraj explained the strategies of IQAC and its benefits, existence, and components of IQAC, which is important for academic and administrative unit. Then pointed out the qualities to be maintained in selection the member of IQAC. The resource person highlighted the importance of exist in teaching and research, how to improve the quality of teaching and research and operational procedure of IQAC. He also pointed out AQAR related metrics and review process. Later, the speaker responded to the questions from the participants. The faculty members actively participated in the interactive section, and the resource person answered and clarified doubts. Technical section 2 was started from 11:45 a.m. to 12:45 p.m. with Professor S. Karthapandian sir, Dean, Faculty of Science and Director, IQAC, Alagappa University, Karaikudi. Chief guest introduction was delivered by Dr. K.M. Prabhu, IQAC member. Professor S. Karthapandian sir began the section with the greetings and wishes. He addressed the importance of research and the research publication in NAAC point of view. He persisted to broaden the perspective of knowledge. He insisted to be informed, informative, and enthusiastic. He pointed out on answering question in a different way and different question to replicate the knowledge. He also discussed about the peer review process, predictory publication and journals. He further proceeded the discussion on Scopus, UGC approved journals, Web of Science, Scopus-wise Web of Science, prevention of plagiarism, impact factor, H-index, I-10 index, and concluded the discussion with the Commission approved approaches. Technical section 3 was from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. Dr. Ameya Kumar Rath, advisor, NAAC, Bengaluru. Dr. C. Raghavan, R&D coordinator, introduced the chief guest, eminent professor, Dr. Ameya Kumar Rath, began his section with the noble quote of our national poet, Rabindranath Tagore. The highest education is that which does not merely give us information, but makes our life in harmony with all existence. Then he started his discussion on NAAC Vision 7 criteria to serve as basis for assessment of higher education institutions. He further ensured with QIF statistics preparation before, during, and after assessment and accreditation process and stages, research innovation and extensions, SSR, its submission, other techniques of teaching, institutional values and best practices, IAQA, units of assessment, list of documents required to be uploaded to AIU and AQAR's governance, leadership and management. He instructed on the process of registration to NAAC. So list of documents required for affiliation, 2F, 12B, revised accreditation framework, and so on. He concluded the section with quantitative metrics and its criteria. The last section was begun with the introduction of Dr. J. Satish Kumar by Mr. K. Kannan, Assistant Professor, IQAC member, SVM College. Dr. J. Satish Kumar, IQAC Coordinator, Assistant Professor Mathematics. He stressed upon the importance of having best practice as the integral part of the institution and highlighted the glimpses of newly introduced revised accreditation framework. He covered the area of data validation and verification process, standard operating procedure for DVV, and corresponding award of points to quantitative metrics. He further proceeded with IAQA application and its documents, extensive summary of SSR, optional metrics, challenging metrics, student satisfaction survey, provision for reimbursement of A fees, UGC, recognized peer team visit, and so on. He concluded the section with the NAAC accreditation outcomes documents. Day 2. The second day of the national webinar began with the chief guest introduction by Dr. R. Satyakala, IQAC member of our college, introduced Dr. Said Wajid, Associate Professor, IQAC Coordinator, St. Joseph College, Bengaluru. Our respected resource person delivered his key talk on curriculum aspects and outcome-based education, in which he highlighted the empowerment-oriented approach to learning and what are all the orientation needed for success. His presentation was very cordial and felt an eye-opener to research institutions. Followed by section 1, the resource person of the second section was introduced by Dr. C. Komadi, IQAC member of our college, introduced Dr. Alfred Cecil Raj, COE, former Dean of St. Joseph College, Tiruchi, who delivered a special address on a framework for institutionalist quality assurance cell. He emphasized on the responsibilities of the IQAC and its coordinator preciously. The resource person highlighted QA methodology and tools, quality assurance, streams of higher educational institutions, management, and programs. Further, Dr. Alfred Cecil Raj stressed upon the importance of having best practice as the integral part of the institution, validating and authenticity of submitted data and corresponding award of points to quantitative metrics, and the importance of truthful submission of all the required data backed by supportive documentary evidence. After the lunch, the last section of the day started by Dr. N. Gunasekaran, IQAC coordinator, Sri Vidya Mandir Arts and Science College. The eminent professor delivered his keynote address on need of holistic development and progression in higher educational institutions. The section began with a curriculum on learning. It aptly fitted the webinar. He gave a detailed account on core value of NAAC and responsibility of the students and faculty for the development of the institutional and society. He made clear with regard to the revised assessment and accreditation framework. Thank you. Thank you, Rana.
Thank you, sir. Now it is over to the participants for their valuable feedback. You are free enough to give your feedback for the betterment of development in more future. Now it is over to the participant for their valuable feedback. All participants are kindly requested to give their feedback.
Good afternoon. Am I audible? This is Dr.
Yes.
Naveen Annamalai from Coimbatore.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible now.
Thank you so much. I really thank the entire management and the staff fraternity of Sri Vidya Mandir Arts and Science College for giving such a eye-opening session on NAAC and its nuances. The resource persons were highly contributing, for which we are all owing a great applause to each and every participant there. And minute consideration and the coordination and the efforts taken by each and every staff member of Sri Vidya Mandir Arts and Science College. I would really appreciate your wonderful coordination. Apart from the technical glitches, we were really happy about the time and again feedback that you have asked every time after each session. And on this regard, I really want to appreciate the entire Vidya Mandir fraternity and the resource persons for coming together and giving us a wonderful eye-opening session. And my humble request is, we wanted a few sessions in near future. I hope Sri Vidya Mandir would consider this request. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Definitely, we will give one more sessions as per your request. Thank you, sir.
And I please convey my heartfelt regards to your management, principal, and the staff members as well.
Definitely, sir. Definitely. Thank you very much, sir.
All the very best. You've got a long way to go, Sri Vidya Mandir Arts and Science College. Regards from Dr. Naveen Annamalai, Coimbatore.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Very good evening, madam.
Good evening, ma'am.
Ma'am, this is Kavita from Dr. R.N.M. College of Arts and Science, E-Road.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You are audible now. Proceed, ma'am.
Very good evening to one and all present here. It's a great pleasure to me. You would have asked me to deliver the feedback about the value of the 2-day seminar. It was a wonderful seminar, ma'am. Actually, the seminar was beyond my expectation. As I am working as a NAAC coordinator and preparing for NAAC in our institution, this 2-day seminar was an excellent one, and it was very helpful and grateful to me in my career. I thank all the delegates for their wonderful presentation, ma'am. And I must thank the organizers and the staff fraternity of the college, Sri Vidya Mandir Arts and Science. Very thank you, ma'am. Thank you once again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much for your suggestions and as well as feedback.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir.
I'm in SSM College of Arts and Science. We thank Sri Vidya Mandir Arts and Science College and organizers behalf of our college for giving the opportunity to participate in the NAAC sponsored 2-day national workshop, and all the resource persons' presentations are excellent. It helped us to understand more about NAAC and their role in enhancement quality in higher educational institutions. I think the objective of seminar was successful. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, sir.
This is Vijay from Vaishya College. I'm the NAAC coordinator of Vaishya College. So on behalf of our management, we extend our hearty congratulations and thanks to the Vidya Mandir Arts and Science College for organizing such a wonderful session on NAAC. So we are on our 4th cycle of NAAC, and this 2-day session was very much useful for the newer faculty members of our college, ma'am. So we thought of giving an orientation program regarding NAAC, and you took our place. And it was very helpful for all the faculty members of our college. And one small suggestion is next time when you organize an NAAC, please can you just schedule it to Friday and Saturday. So this is in between a week, and all the colleges are in a hurry to have online classes and other things. So in future, we expect more sessions regarding the NAAC and the role of NAAC and why NAAC is important and all those things. So we need a session
much, sir, for
from
your
Friday
valuable
and Saturday.
Suggestions. Definitely, our management, also our college organize as per your requirement. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, ma'am. Good evening, sir and ma'am. My voice is audible. My voice is audible.
Yes, ma'am. Audible. Audible.
Okay. A happy evening to one and all present here. I'm D. Kavita, Head Department of Computer Science and Application. First of all, I'd like to thank the management for organizing a wonderful 2-day national level seminar on role of NAAC in enhancing quality in higher education institutions. In the seminar, there are several resource persons presented their presentation in excellent manner. All the sessions are very informative. In first day, there are 4 resource persons. First resource person, Professor B.S. Ponmudi Raj, and he told a lot of information, that is the competency and skill-based education, quality in every aspect, teacher skills, higher order thinking, inter and intra-department activities, and many other things. In second session was handled by Professor S. Karutha Pondian. That session was excellent. It was very useful to us. He told many things, that is why to research, Web of Science, SJR, and many other things. Very useful to us. And third session was handled by Professor Dr. Amiya Kumar Roth. That session was nice. We learned many information, that is RAF, CIE, add-on course, and program outcome, and many other things. And last session was held by Dr. J. Sati. And many information, registration process, IIQA application, SSR, and a first session was handled by many information, that is values, policy, capacity, communication and information, accuracy successful, and many other things. And next session was held by Dr. Said. Was it really, this session was super, and he told the many information, that is program, course, syllabus, learning and teaching, and benefits of OBE. And the low session was handled by Dr. N. Gunasegaran, Vice Principal. Our session was awesome. We learned many information, that is vision and mission of NAAC, core value of NAAC, quality indication framework, and holistic development, and many other information. So all the staff members were done their work excellent. So thank you for giving this opportunity. Thanks to all.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much for your valuable feedback.
Welcome, ma'am.
My voice is audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Your voice is audible.
Good evening to one and all present here. I am Dr. R. Satyakala, Head Department of Management Studies, Sri Vidyamadra Arts and Science College, Krishnagiri, Tamil Nadu. I proudly say I had completed PhD, but I did not know the word of agent factors, source normalized impact factors, SJR, BLACK, and also. But in this webinar, very informative and useful to me. Our resource persons are said, 4 ways process for quality assurance, focus and benefits of out-based education, guidelines for the program outcomes, 7 graduate attributes, and etc. So these are the very informative for our higher education field. So hereafter we will follow the above valuable information for developing my curriculum vitae and department. So thank you. Thank you for giving this opportunity. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your feedback.
Okay, ma'am.
Any other participants? Okay, thank you all the participants for your valuable suggestions and feedback. Thank you all. It's felicitation time. I am indebted to call upon the most consular person of the college, our respected secretary through R.P. Raji, to felicitate. Over to you, sir.
நிறுவனர், முதல்வர், துணை முதல்வர், கமிட்டி கோஆர்டினேட்டர்ஸ் மற்றும் பங்கேற்பாளர் அனைவருக்கும் இன்னொருக்கும் வணக்கத்தை தெரிவித்துக் கொண்டு 2 நாள் தேசிய கருத்தரங்கில் கலந்து கொண்டு மிகவும் மேம்படுத்துவதற்கு தேசிய அளவில் மட்டுமல்ல உலக தரத்தில் நாம் எவ்வாறு நம்மை மேம்படுத்திக் கொள்ள முடியும், நமது கல்லூரியை மேம்படுத்திக் கொள்ள முடியும் என்பதை மிக சிறந்த ஒரு பயிற்சியினை கொடுத்தார்கள். முதல் நாள் துவக்குரையாற்றிய ஒரு சிறந்த கருத்தை சொன்னார். முதல்வர்களானாலும் HOD ஆனாலும் COE ஆனாலும் நாம் அனைவரும் புரொஃபஸர்களே, அதை நாம் மறக்கக்கூடாது என்று சொன்னார். அதற்கு சிறிய உதாரணம், கடந்த வாரம் நாங்கள் சேக்ரட் காலேஜுக்கு CO விசிட் போயிருந்தோம். நாங்கள் ஒரு 11:30 மணிக்கு வரோம் அப்படின்ட்டு அவங்ககிட்ட அப்பாயின்மெண்ட் வாங்கியிருந்தோம். பட் ரோடு சரியில்லாதனால நாங்கள் போகிறதுக்கு 12 ஆயிடுச்சு. COக்கு ஃபோன் பண்ணும்போது நீங்கள் போய் பிரின்சிபால் ரூமில் வெயிட் பண்ணுன்னு சொன்னார். கரெக்டாக 1 மணிக்கு வந்தார். வரும்போது கை பூரா சாக் பிஸ்தூல். பிரின்சிபால் அன்னைக்கு வெளியில போயிட்டார். அவர் பிரின்சிபால் இன்சார்ஜ் அன்னைக்கு அவர் தான். COE பிளஸ் பிரின்சிபால் அந்த டைம் போய் கிளாஸ் எடுக்கிறார். மறுபடி வந்தார், எங்களுக்கு எக்ஸ்பிளைன் பண்ணாரு. COE கூட்டு போய் அங்கே இருக்க ஸ்டாஃபுங்கிட்ட எங்களை அறிமுகப்படுத்திட்டு இவங்களுக்கு விளக்கம் கொடுத்து கரெக்டாக 2 மணி ஆச்சு, நான் கிளாஸுக்கு கொண்டு போனார். உண்மையிலே அந்த இன்வால்மெண்ட் ஒவ்வொரு நிறுவனம் எதனால எப்படி இன்னைக்கு தேசிய லெவலில் ஒரு தரத்தில் உயர்ந்து நிற்குதுங்கிறதுக்கு அது மிக சிறந்த ஒரு எடுத்துக்காட்டு. உண்மையிலே எனக்கு ரொம்ப பிரமிப்பா இருந்தது. அந்த மாதிரி நம்ம தொழிலில் இன்வால்மெண்ட்டும் விடாமுயற்சி இருந்தா நாமளையும் மேம்படுத்திக்கலாம், நம்ம கல்லூரியை மேம்படுத்திக்கலாம், நம்ம சமுதாய மக்களை மாணவர்களை மேம்படுத்திக் கொள்ளலாம் என்பதை தெரிவித்து வாய்ப்புக்கு நன்றி கூறுகிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
Thank you, sir, for your most valuable felicitation. Thank you, sir. Now I request our most respected principal who is the mainstay of this national webinar, Dr. T. Balasubramanian.
Sir, respected Secretary through R.P. Raju sir, respected Joint Secretary 3P Vinodam sir, respected Vice Principal and IQAC Coordinator Arts Stream, Dr. N. Gunasekharan, Dr. J. Sadish Kumar, IQAC Coordinator Science Stream, and all the participants to this NAAC sponsored 2 days NAAC level, national level seminar on a role of NAAC in enhancing quality in higher educational institutions. I extend my welcome to invite our resource persons, Professor B.S. Ponmudi Raj, Advisor NAAC Bengaluru, Professor S. Karthapandian, Dean Faculty of Science and Director IQAC Alagappa University Karaikudi, Dr. Amaya Kumar Rath, Advisor NAAC Bengaluru. NAAC, National Assessment and Accreditation Council. This assessment is a continuous process. Once the institute achieve a grade, they should not stay where they are. The assessment helps improve the academic as well administrative performance for an institute. I hope this 2 days webinar will give you a lot of information to you all regarding the quality. To sustain the quality, we should adopt that all the rules and regulations what have been framed by the NAAC. I proudly say that around 280 participants from all over India have been participated in this 2 days national level NAAC sponsored webinar. I appreciate the entire team of the IQAC of Sri Vidyamudra Arts wonderful success of this webinar. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity given.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your presentation. Next, I call upon a conventional person who makes success in his fist through his hard work and ability, a man of capability, Dr. N. Gunasegaran, Vice Principal, to felicitate.
A pleasant good evening to all the dignitaries in the webinar. I am much delighted to know that a two-day national level seminar has come to end with a grand success. The success is due to the cooperation and the participation of various institutions and organizations in and around Tamil Nadu, and professors and dignitaries and all the participants. On behalf of the management, Amia Kumarnath, Advisor, NAAC, Bangalore, Dr. B.S. Bangalore, Professor S. Karuthapandian, Dean, Karaikudi, Alagappa University, Dr. S. Alfred Cecil Raj, COE, St. Joseph College, Tiruchirappalli, Dr. Syed Wahid, and IQAC coordinator, Bangalore, and all the other participants.
This webinar a grand success. Now I request our professor to deliver chief guest. Next, I humbly request Professor S. Karthapandian, Dean, Faculty of Science, Director, IQAC, Alagappa University, Karaikudi, who has granted his consent and made this webinar a grand success.
K.P. Raji, Secretary of Sri Vidyamandar Arts and Science College, Dr. T. Balasubramanian, Principal, and Professor Ponmudi Raj, Advisor, NAAC, distinguished delegates, a very good evening to all of you. I am indeed very happy to participate in the valedictory function of the two-day national level seminar on role of NAAC in enhancing quality in higher educational institutions. I'm very happy to note that more than 250 participants have attended this two-day national seminar. And so in spite of the problems we faced in this hour of crisis, namely COVID-19 situation, First of all, I would like to appreciate the college management for having prevailed upon the IQAC to organize this webinar for the benefit of many participants spreading across the country. And I'm also happy to note that a couple of advisors from NAAC have delivered lectures. Besides, 6 academicians come administrators have also delivered lectures on various aspects of sustenance and maintenance of quality in higher education. And more importantly, the NAAC is gaining importance, and even in the new National Education Policy 2020 also, there is going to be great role for NAAC. And it is not NAAC, it will be NAAC in the coming years, National Assessment Council, National Accreditation Council rather. And ever since this NAAC came into existence, there is a vast improvement in the quality of all aspects of higher educational institutions, let it be teaching, learning, evaluation, research, consultancy, extension, infrastructure, student support, innovation and best practices, whatever it is, there is a great improvement in all aspects. So who is the ultimate beneficiary in this? The ultimate beneficiary is the stakeholders, namely one of the very important stakeholders, namely the student friends. So the students are very happy to see the enhancement of quality in all the higher educational institutions. And this gives them an opportunity to select the best institution based on the quality maintenance in that particular college. So it helps the students to identify the right college to pursue their UG or PG program or MPhil or PhD program. In that way, NAAC has helped a lot. Not only that, so there is a healthy competition among the higher educational institutions that we should excel in all aspects so that we can attract the most talented students to our campus. And it is also helping the higher education institutions to attract the best of the talents in terms of human resources, teachers and administrative staff to their college. So in that way, and the NAAC has been helping the higher education institutions. And as you all know that the ranking in NAAC is directly related to getting grants, either it be UGC or RUSA, Rashtriya Uchadar Shiksha Abhiyan, or any other funding. So the ranking in NAAC or NARF is directly connected to the funding. So in that way, so it is very important to get a high rank, high grade. Okay, so rather the CGPA, if it is above A or A plus or A plus plus, it will be very good. To begin with, one can be aspiring for to start with B or B plus is also fine for certain colleges. So it is very important to get accredited. And getting accredited is very important for becoming an autonomous college. So in all these aspects, so NAAC is making sure that quality is, there is a quality enhancement in every aspect of higher educational institution. And more importantly, the resources, the infrastructure, the resources utilization has also got maximized. Okay, so with the available resources, whether it is human resources or infrastructure resources, whether it is maximally used. Okay, so that aspect is also taken into consideration. And so now in 30 years back, it is very difficult to see a ramp for the benefit of the disabled students. Now everywhere we are seeing the ramping. Okay, so there is a separate restroom in most of the higher education institutions for the disabled students and the teachers. So it is a welcome change. It has come out of the intervention of NAAC. And we are seeing a vast change and there is a sea change in the infrastructure of the college, mainly in the library, computer lab, language lab, then science laboratories, and all those places we are seeing the change. And the college or institution is able to assess their strength, weakness. So what are all the strengths? Okay, so when they prepare the self-study report, they come to know about their strength. And at the same time, they also come to know about the weakness of that college, so that you can plan accordingly to overcome the weakness. So strength, you have to further strengthen it. Weakness, you have to address it at the earliest. And opportunities, what are all the opportunities? Suppose Sri Vidya Mandir Arts and Science College is working in the rural environment, Kateri in Uttangarai Taluk. Okay, it is serving to the much deprived society. Okay, so from the downtrodden communities and rural people, so it is helping those students for their upliftment. Okay, so this is a great opportunity. Okay, so serving in the rural area, what Mahatma Gandhi has dreamed. So in that way, so it is a great opportunity for the management to extend a helping hand to all those people in and around Kateri, Uttangarai and Krishnagiri region. Okay, so and then finally it was threat, earlier it was called, now it is challenges. What are all the challenges? So now so many colleges are coming. When I studied my BSc at that time, in a district there were 1 or 2 colleges or 3-4 colleges maximum. Now in each district you have 100 colleges or more than that. Even many of the engineering colleges are converted into arts and science colleges. There is a very stiff competition. And not only that, many government colleges are also coming up in rural areas. So, and another thing is soon there is going to be campuses by foreign universities in India. So it is going to be a very stiff competition in this field. So, and we have, in order to succeed in this competition, we have to always at our toes. So these are all the challenges. And the management and the faculty and the administrative staff of the university have to chalk a plan they have to develop a roadmap for future development. In that way, they can ever expand and also can do quality service to the needy people, namely the student community. So in that respect, I am very happy to note that this 2-day seminar has served the purpose. And from the feedback of the participants, I am very happy to note that all of them got satisfied, and they also gave some useful suggestions for the future workshops or seminars. I think that will be taken care of by the management of Sri Vidya Mandir. With this, my special appreciation goes to Mr. Satish Kumar, who has telephoned me at least 50 times and sent me mail so many times, followed it up through WhatsApp and other things. That shows his perspiration and passion in organizing this workshop. My pat goes to Mr. Satish Kumar and his company for having organized this workshop to the benefit of the participants. I also congratulate the management for having given a free hand to the organizers to organize this kind of webinar. I am sure Sri Vidya Mandir College and all other college participants participated in this. They will go high in the years to come. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Next, I call upon the Young and Blooming Faculty of English Department, Mr. M. Prakash, Assistant Professor of English, Sri Vidya Mandir Arts and Science College, Autonomous, to render a formal vote of thanks.
A pleasant good evening to one and all. I am very much gladdened to register our sincere gratitude to one and all who stood behind the success of this NAAC sponsored a two-day national level seminar on role of NAAC in enhancing quality in higher educational institutions by IQAC of our college. Primarily, we register our deepest gratitude to our founder, Sri V. Chandrasekharan. We always feel blessed under his able leadership. Thank you, sir. And I am pleased to thank our secretary, through R.P. Raji, who always keeps thinking about the welfare of the college and society. Thank you so much, sir. Then it is a great gratitude for us to thank our joint secretary, Mr. P. Venkatachalam. Thank you so much, sir. Then I thank our principal, Dr. Balasubramanian, a man who always dreams for the elevation of the student and the college. We are always grateful for you, sir. Thank you so much. Then it is a great privilege for me to thank my head Department of English Vice Principal, Dr. N. Gunasekharan, who is also the IQAC coordinator of the college. Thank you so much, sir, for making the grand event of successful one. Then I am also grateful to put our sincere gratitude to Dr. J. Satish Kumar, Assistant Professor and IQAC coordinator for his sincere efforts for this event and ever memorable one. Thank you so much, sir. Then it is also an honor for Sri Vidyamadra Arts and Science College for register our love and gratitude for our respected guest honor. In no particular order, I thank Professor B.S. Ponmudi Raj, Advisor, NAAC, Bangalore. Thank you, sir. Then I am pleased to thank Professor S. Karthapandian, Dean, Faculty of Science and Director, IQAC, Alagappa University, Karaikudi. Dear sirs, really we felt blessed to have you among us. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Then I am extremely happy to thank Dr. Amiya Kumar Rath, Advisor, NAAC, Bangalore. Thank you so much, sir, for your high valued information. Next, I will move on to thank Dr. Syed Wajid, Associate Sir, Dr. St. Joseph College, Bangalore. Thank you so much, sir. Then I am pleased to thank our Dr. S. Alfred Cecil Raj, and also Assistant Professor and technical team members, Mr. M. Pandiraj, Mr. K. Sridharan, Mr. K. Kannan, are taken much effort for this event, a grand, successful event. Thank you so much, sir. Who stood for the success of this grand event. Thank you so much. Hoping to see you soon once again. Thank you to all. Thank you. Thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you, one and all. Thank you. It's time for national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे